Ministro, consejero, delegado, autoridades, amigas y amigos. Welcome, bienvenidas, bienvenidos a la segunda jornada del evento de alto nivel One Health sobre resistencia frente a los antimicrobianos.
Antimicrobial resistance under the Spanish Presidency of the EU. It's great to have here again people coming back to see us again, and the people, many saw in the streaming yesterday, will connected from their own home places. So the event will start now. Mr. Fernando Domínguez, the Regional Minister of Health of Navarra, will speak first.
Ministro de Sanidad,
Minister of Health, authorities, professionals, good morning, everybody.
Es para mí, como consejero de
For
salud
me,
del
as the
Gobierno de
Regional
Navarra,
Minister of the
un
Government of
auténtico
Navarra,
placer poder
it's a
darles la
great pleasure
bienvenida a
to
este
welcome
encuentro de
you
alto
to
nivel
this
sobre
high-level
resistencia
meeting
antimicrobiana en
on
Europa, en el marco
AMR
de la
in Europe,
presidencia española
within the
del
framework of
Consejo
the
de la Unión
Spanish
Europea.
Presidency of the
Para Navarra, una
Council,
tierra donde
European
el ámbito
Council.
sanitario y
So
farmacéutico
within the
es un motor
health
de
and
conocimiento,
pharmaceutical
economía
area,
y formación,
it's a
es un
driver
privilegio
of economy
contar con
and
este
training.
encuentro de
It's
intercambio y
great to have
evaluación de
this meeting here
experiencias a
to
nivel
exchange
europeo.
experiences on a
En el
European
año
level.
2017, en
In
el Consejo
2017,
Interterritorial
in
del
the
Sistema Nacional de
Interterritorial
Salud,
Council,
se presentó el documento
there
de
was a
trabajo del
document, a
Plan
working
Nacional
document,
frente a la
the
resistencia a los
national plan
antibióticos,
for
documento que
AMR,
partía de varias
and
premisas. La primera,
starts from various
que la
premises. The
resistencia a los
first,
antibióticos
resistance
es
to
una de las mayores
antibiotics is one of
amenazas
the
de salud
biggest
a
threats
las
to
que tiene
health
que hacer frente los gobiernos.
that the governments have to
La
deal with.
segunda, que la
Second,
visión del Plan
the
Nacional
decision of the
frente a la
national
resistencia a
plan
los antibióticos es
against
la de una única
resistance
salud
to
que incluye tanto
antibiotics and the One Health
acciones en el
approach
ámbito de la
includes
sanidad
actions
animal como la humana.
in animal
Y
and
tercera, que la
human health.
implicación y
And then
participación de las
with the
comunidades
involvement of
autónomas
the
era
regional
esencial para el plan.
governments, we will implement the
Siempre
plan.
ha estado,
It's always been
una de las principales
one of the
acciones en
main
el ámbito de la
actions
salud
in
humana
the areas of
era
human
la
health has
implementación
been
de
the
los programas de
implementation
optimización del uso de antibióticos en el ámbito
optimization, the
hospitalario
use of
y en
antibiotics
atención
in
primaria.
hospitals and primary
Iniciativa
care.
encaminada a evitar
This
el uso
is aimed
inapropiado de los
to avoid
antibióticos,
the
principal
inadequate
causa de
use
la
of these
aparición y desarrollo de
antibiotics
resistencias.
and to stop
Esto incluye
development of
compromiso
resistances. So
de
there's a
los
commitment
gestores,
of
acciones
the
formativas para
managers
profesionales
and training
sanitarios,
actions for health
implementación de guías de
professionals
prescripción,
and then
fomentar
guides
el autoaprendizaje y la mejora
encouraging
continuada e
self-learning
información a la
and
ciudadanía.
increased
Visto en
information
perspectiva
to
y con el
citizens.
paso de los
From
años,
that
desde que se
perspective,
comenzó
and
este
as the years go
proyecto ya en
by, since the
2016,
project
tenemos que
started
decir
in
que en
2017,
Navarra,
we
y
could
creo
say
que en
that
total
in
el
Navarra,
Sistema
and I
Nacional de
think
Salud,
throughout the
ha
national
sido
health system, it's been a
En el año
success.
2019,
In
después de que se
2019,
afianzaran los
after
diferentes grupos de
the
trabajo
different
con este
work
tema,
groups
la Agencia
got
Española
set
de
to work,
Medicamentos y Productos Sanitarios firmó un convenio
the
con la
Spanish
Xunta de Galicia
agency
para la implementación de los
signed
PROA en el ámbito
an agreement
hospitalario,
with the regional
de
government of
atención
Galicia for
primaria y
the
sociosanitario.
in the
A
health,
este convenio
hospital
se
and
podía adherir
social
cualquier
sanitary
comunidad que lo
areas.
deseara,
So this will help us to identify a responsible person or a head in each area that would dedicate a certain amount of time to this program. Signing up for this agreement managed to free professionals so they could work in the working groups. So the PROA teams are a reality in Navarre in all areas. In the socio-health area, has always been a bit outside the rational use of antibiotics policies. So Alberto Gil is our coordinator. He's here, obviously. And the work done by the groups has been very fruitful, and the consumption of antibiotics, especially the wide spectrum ones, has been reduced in Navarre despite the pandemic. And the use of tools, helping prescription, providing advice on resistance to germs has been of great assistance to achieve the objectives. The plan also involves awareness creation among the population about the serious problem and that antibiotics should not be used freely. Certainly not self-administered. So they've had a lot of information campaigns, videos in health centers, so to try and, we have reduced the demand for antibiotics from the population, as to illustrate the improvement despite the pandemic and the peak of respiratory problems in 21-22. The daily consumption of antibiotics was 28 doses per habitant, but now it's dropped to 15. So it's been reduced. Another positive piece of information is this, the pattern for penicillin and amoxicillin, that's been reduced. And that encourages us to carry on working on these programs to rationalize the use of antibiotics, so we're going to reduce their overall consumption even more. That's the case of Navarre and the system, the national health system. Throughout the day, we'll see success stories, other experiences, and then we'll continue to go into depth on this issue, which is not banal. It's essential for the health and the sustainability of the public health system. I hope the seminar is very fruitful for you, and thanks very much for choosing Navarre as the seat of this meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. I'd like to hand over to the Spanish Minister of Health, José Miñones.
Lo comentaba antes, justo a la entrada ya llevo la etiqueta de traer la lluvia.
From man from Galicia, as well as bringing the rain from northwest Spain, we're also bringing colds and sneezes. And thanks for the invitation to be here with you. The government representative, interim, Director of One Health, the regional minister, persons from the European Union, Latin America, experts, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure, a real pleasure, not just to be here inaugurating or closing the seminar. It's not usually very common to be talking about things, the issue that we have on the table in high-level meetings in the European Council. So this is, especially if it takes place in such a great city as this one, it's even better. So thanks very much for welcoming us. Thanks to the team from the Spanish Medicaments Agency for the organization of this seminar, especially for the ongoing commitment to fight against AMR. And thanks, Regional Minister, for being with us, not just for being here, but it's important, but also for the work that you're doing in the government of Navarre.
tus palabras de ese
as your
compromiso que
your
existe,
words reflect this
ese diálogo
commitment on your part
constante que tenéis
and this
por
ongoing
conseguir
dialogue
esos
we have
objetivos que al
to
final son objetivos
achieve the
comunes
objectives,
con el
which are common
ministerio,
objectives
que
with the ministry.
perseguimos constantemente y no
We're
solo desde España,
not
sino
just
toda la
pursuing them
Unión
from Spain,
Europea.
but right across
Desde
Europe.
luego, la
So,
quinta presidencia
so
del
the
Consejo de la
fifth
Unión Europea, pues,
presidency
sitúa a
of the
España
European
en una
Council
posición que
places
diría que
Spain
es
in a
estratégica,
position which is strategic
porque nos permite
because it
marcar el
allows
rumbo
us to
comunitario
mark out
y que
the
en el ámbito
direction that
sanitario,
the EU should
pues,
follow.
lo hemos centrado
In the
en
health
la
area,
construcción de
we've
esta nueva
focused
Europa
on the
de la salud.
construction of this
No
new
cabe
Europe
duda de
of
que
health, the
después
One
de
Health
los últimos
approach.
años vividos,
As a result of the
en
last few
afirmar
years,
que
we can
necesitamos
say we
más
need
que nunca una
more
Europa
than
que
ever
priorice la salud,
a Europe that gives
pero que
priority
también
to health,
asegure una
but
respuesta
also
coordinada
ensures
y
a
justa
coordinated and
a los
fair
retos sanitarios
response
de
to
la
the
ciudadanía europea.
health
Y
challenges
esto es lo
of
que
citizens
hoy
in
estamos
Europe.
haciendo aquí con
That's
esta
what we're doing here with this
y lo hacemos,
meeting.
pues, con
So,
algo muy importante,
we're doing it with
con
something
diálogo,
very important, with
y hablando
dialogue.
sobre uno de los retos
And
y
one
otras
of the
de las
challenges
prioridades de
and one of
nuestra
the
presidencia, como son
priorities of our
las
presidency
antimicrobianas.
are
Lo habéis comentado a lo largo de
antimicrobial
la
resistance.
jornada de ayer, hablamos de
As
una realidad
yesterday, for
causa
example, we're
miles
talking
de muertes al
a
año en
reality
Europa
that causes
y que
thousands
fue
of deaths
declarada,
every
ya
year
recordamos,
in
el año 2020 como una de
Europe,
las 10
and the
principales
WHO declared it
amenazas de
one of the
salud
10
pública a
main
las que se
threats to
enfrenta
health
la humanidad.
that
Como
humanity
decía
is facing.
anteriormente,
As I
la
said,
pandemia pues volvió
the
a poner de
pandemic
manifiesto
obviously highlighted
problemas de salud,
the health problems of people in a globalized world, totally interconnected,
vivimos, ya digo, en el día a día, pues requieren también de
that also requires joint
solidarios
approaches
y algo muy importante, que
that
sean coordinados,
show solidarity, and they should be coordinated
mucho más amplio.
on a much
Por
wider
tanto,
scale.
esta
So,
reunión de alto nivel,
this
pues, supone
high-level meeting
un punto de inflexión
is a turning point,
muy importante, yo creo, para
I
toda
think,
Europa,
for Europe,
que va a incluir pues
because it's
realidades
going to
globales
include
esa
global realities
interconexión necesaria
and the
entre la
necessary
salud
interconnection
humana,
between
salud
human
animal y también la salud
and animal
ambiental.
health
Desde esa
and
perspectiva,
environmental
One
health
Health,
from this One
la
Health
directora
angle,
Domenech, también hemos querido
which
fijarla
Rosette
como
Domenech
una
will explain a
columna
bit more,
vertebral en toda la
which
lucha
is becoming a
frente a las
cornerstone
resistencias
of the
antimicrobianas.
fight against
Nuestros
AMR.
compañeros suecos,
Our
que
Swedish
lideraron a
colleagues
España en la presidencia del
who,
Consejo,
when they were in
lideraron
the
la
presidency
aprobación
of
de
the
unas
Council, they led
recomendaciones que considero
the
que han sido
approval of
clave
recommendations that
en materia de
recommendations have been
antibióticos y
key
resistencias
in terms of
antimicrobianas y que nos
antibiotics and
permiten
AMR, which
posicionar y
helps
dar
us to
certidumbre también a todos los Estados miembros. Este nuevo
remove
marco
the
de
uncertainty,
actuación
this
que
new framework for action
marcaba precisamente la anterior presidencia,
in the previous
pues,
presidency
requiere de una continuidad.
is
Una
what
continuidad
it
que
needs now is
permite
continuity to
implementar,
be able
las
to
recomendaciones
implement
y
the
luego
recommendations
dotar a
made
Europa
and
de una
then
nueva hoja
equip
de ruta.
Europe
Y
with
es
a
un
new
reto, desde
route
luego, para
map.
nuestra
It's a
presidencia
challenge for our
y en el
presidency,
que, desde luego, estamos
and
trabajando
obviously we're working very hard
también este importante
on this
es un
important meeting.
trabajo que en España pues llevamos
In Spain,
tiempo
we've been working
comprometidos.
for quite a
España ha
while.
pasado de ser uno de los mayores
Spain
consumidores de antibióticos a
used to be
nivel
one of the
europeo,
biggest
posicionarse
consumers of
como el séptimo
antibiotics.
país
Now
con
it's
mayor reducción
number
del
7,
consumo de
with the biggest reduction in the
Y esto es
number
así, lo
of
comentaba
antibiotics
anteriormente
consumed.
el
So,
consejero, pues,
as the
gracias a
regional
ese
minister
plan
said, thanks to that
nacional
national
de
plan
resistencia frente a los antibióticos
of
inoperante.
resistance against
Es un plan
antimicrobials,
con 6 líneas
there are
estratégicas,
6 main
implica
themes
a todas
that
las comunidades
involves
autónomas,
all
a
regional
10
governments,
ministerios, a
10
70
ministries,
científicas, a las
70 societies, scientific
como
society
no
organizations,
colegiales, a las asociaciones también profesionales,
professional
a las
associations,
universidades y a
universities,
más de 300
and more than
colaboradores externos.
300 expert
Las
collaborators.
80 medidas
The
que
80
ya
measures
están puestas en
that
marcha
have been set
nos
up
han llevado pues, a
have
esa
led us to
disminución
that
del
reduction
13% del
of
consumo de
13%
antibióticos en salud
of
humana
consumption of
y de casi el
antibiotics in
70%
human
como
health
hablamos de salud
and
animal.
almost
Y
60%
una
for
de las
animal
claves,
health.
precisamente,
One of
de
the
este
keys
plan de
here
acción es poner
in this
al
action
alcance de los
plan
profesionales
is to
sanitarios
provide
esas
health
herramientas
professionals with
necesarias
the
para
tools they need
facilitar su trabajo y
to
que
be able
tanto
to
nos
facilitate
demandamos.
the work that is
Iniciativas como
so important.
las guías
For
terapéuticas antimicrobianas,
treatment guides,
los proyectos como los programas Reduce en sanidad
the
animal,
Reduce program, for
esas
example,
normas de
or these
certificación de equipos PROA,
guidelines to
pues son
or rules to
herramientas que nos
certify
permiten
equipment
optimizar la
that
prescripción
will
de
help us
antibióticos
to
en nuestro sistema
optimize the
nacional de salud
prescription of
y asegurando
antibiotics
así también el uso
and
de los
also ensure the use
tratamientos
of
eficaces y
treatments that
minimizar
are
los
cost
efectos
effective
adversos
and
y
minimize
evitar y
adverse
controlando de nuevo la
effects
aparición de
and
nuevos
control the appearance
Digo
of
que
new
son
resistance.
herramientas
These are
ya están
tools
testeadas,
that are
desde
already
luego son
tested.
buenas prácticas
They're good
de
practices.
tratamientos, son básicas en la lucha
They're
frente a las
basic
resistencias
in the
antimicrobianas y
fight
tienen
against
resultados. Por
AMR,
tanto, lo que queremos es
and the
compartir
else, what we want to do is share with other countries in the European Union. for these good practices. It's in a complicated moment at the moment. The WHO says so. In the last 5 years, for example, only 12 antibiotics have been approved worldwide, of which 10 belong to classes or categories that offered resistance. So, given that scenario, the result of this lack of innovation and the excessive use of antibiotics, well, that leads to a context that's very complex. Hence the importance of Spain continuing to project nationally and now internationally through the commitment of this presidency through the European Council will really focus on how to reach integrated surveillance systems and how to ensure intersectoral coordination. So the prospects and the expectations in this high-level meeting are very high. So that's why it's so important to carry on with the dialogue that you're doing at the moment over these 2 days. Initiatives like the Global Agency of the Regulatory Agency for Antibiotics is a good example of this progress, and we want to continue to go down that route to exploit synergies, something that will be done in this meeting. So I'll end with, I think, the most important thing, thanking you, all the people who are through the presidency of the Spanish Presidency, all of those who are ensuring health is a main priority, but all the speakers over the next couple of days will invite us to reflect and putting themes forward in the health field, which reflections that should serve to reach the objectives that the WHO sets us, and is particularly to reach citizens to solve the problems. These challenges are common to us all and throughout the health chain, and we all have a role in this task. And this could be achieved through a dialogue, agreement, consensus, and we have a common objective to continue improving people's lives as far as we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now the floor is for Director of Women's Health in the DG for Health of the European Union. Minister, Regional Minister, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to the representative of Commissioner Kyriakides, who has asked me to convey her gratitude for the Spanish presidency for organizing this event on such a complex issue, which is antimicrobial resistance. It's a pleasure also for me to speak to you in my own language, which is a challenge also, because normally I use the horrible acronym AMR, and today I'm talking about RAM, RAM, and RAM is a milk product, but the truth is, going over the discourse, why not call it RAM? It sounds better than AMR, but at the end of the day, if anyone had any doubt about the intrinsic relationship between human health, animal health, and environmental health, obviously, quite clearly, the pandemic made this painfully clear about this event. The holistic One Health approach is crucial to avoid the greatest threats in public health. That is why in the Commission we are working quite intensely to ensure interconnection between public health, food safety, climate change, animal health, agriculture, just to quote some of the fields. The true challenge, however, is our almost innate tendency to working in silos, as we say in English, obviously. But the train is underway, and I hope that over the next mandate of the European Commission, One Health will truly be well established. The fight against antimicrobial resistance is clearly
really in the leading edge of the One Health approach, as the Minister said. It's the first field in which the European Union started to develop this way of working cross-sectionally in cooperation with the Member States and the stakeholders in the fields of public health, veterinary health, scientific field and industrial field, etc. The antimicrobial resistance occupies a prominent position in the Union's agenda for over the last 20 years, with a battery of initiatives which cover human health, animal health, and the environmental health, and above all, as of the 2017 Action Plan. Some of you remember that in 2020, we, in the European Union of the Health, with regulation upon the threats, saying this in Spanish, the threat, the cross-border threats to health, the reinforcement of the EMA, the ECDC, and the creation of urgent responses. All of these are supporting the fight against RAM, but the figures that we have in Europe do not allow us to talk about, no longer allow us to talk about this silent pandemic. It's not at all silent. Antimicrobial resistance causes more than 35,000 deaths a year in Europe. And I understand, and Dominique Monet is in one of the round tables, and he will confirm it, this figure is quite small. We're underestimating it. It costs more than 1 million life years per year that have been lost, and almost 1.5 billion euros per year in costs for the healthcare systems, which is comparable with the flu, tuberculosis, and AIDS altogether. Even Jim O'Neill, when in 2016 he predicted the death of 10 million people for this cause, and antimicrobial resistance by 2050, he's fallen short, and he's revising his estimations on the rise, and the indicators don't improve. The pandemic led to a logical decrease in the use of antibiotics, which has now just started to rise, and that's the reason why antimicrobial resistance continues to be a great priority for the European Commission. It has been when it was centered within the Farm to Fork framework strategy, of the reduction of 50% of the sale of antimicrobials for animal farms and agriculture from here to 2030, and also with the prohibition of the use of antimicrobials as promoters for growth within the regulatory framework upon veterinary medicines. That RAM is a priority for the Member States of the Commission has been well illustrated in the recommendation of the Council adopted in June, last June, and the main attraction, surely, is precisely its targets. That is to say, a target reduction for 2030 of 20% of our total consumption of antibiotics, of which 65% at least has to be in antibiotics, adequate or suitable antibiotics, according to the AWARE classification of the WHO, and a reduction also of infections above the three main batteries that are resistant to antibiotics, which should take place mainly in the hospital setting. The objectives and targets are mainly voluntary, because to establish obligatory, these objectives or targets is very difficult at a European level. The action of the European Union, it's a milestone, and these, we know, are extremely ambitious. The targets are an efficient way, I believe, to achieve results in a certain period, and allows us to supervise the advances over time. And what can be measured can be improved upon, but the targets on their own are not enough. Plus, the recommendation includes measures on the prevention of infections, surveillance, the follow-up of the antimicrobial resistance, the promotion of innovation, the prudent use of antimicrobials, and other equally ambitious actions. Among these, the global action at a global level, which is an issue which we'll dealt with in the first roundtable today. Like other pandemics, the antimicrobial resistance is a cross-sectional threat that no country can resolve on its own. So therefore, we, within the framework of our global health strategy, we want to place antimicrobial resistance in a priority place vis-a-vis all our discussions in very different fields and fora, like the G20, G7, G20, the Transatlantic Working Group, TACFAR, and the quadripartite, for example. In the months before the UN General Assembly in antimicrobial resistance next year will be very important, and we'll have to use them in order to maintain the momentum or inertia upon this antimicrobial resistance. The pressure, undoubtedly, thank you very much to the Spanish Presidency for starting this up, because I think the Belgian Presidency will do it just as good, but I am more doubtful about the following presidencies nevertheless. But the integrated surveillance, which we'll discuss in the second roundtable today, is also an important element in the recommendation to detect and prevent outbreaks quickly and to confront antimicrobial resistance in many sectors. We need these integrated systems for surveillance, One Health, which will detect and supervise resistant microorganisms to antibiotics in human beings, animals, plants, food, wastewater, and in the environment. That's the reason for which next year we will start a viability or feasibility study in order to support the member states in the development of integrated systems for surveillance of the resistance and in the consumption of antimicrobials through our EU4Health program. As you know, after the pandemic, the advantage that we have was to be able to increase it quite a lot. We will finance the biggest joint action with the member states in the field of antimicrobial resistance with a contribution in the year of over 50 million euros. This new joint action will contribute, amongst other things, to meet the commitments that the member states have acquired with the framework of the new recommendation. There are other types of grants within the framework of the program, such as the direct grant to improve, extend, and consolidate surveillance in wastewater, as well as other examples. The third roundtable will address a very important issue, which is intersectorial coordination and cooperation and the creation of synergies. Undoubtedly, one of the greatest challenges, we've seen it when we've relaunched just recently the One Health network for antimicrobial resistance, which includes not only national representatives in the fields of public health, animal health, and environmental health, but also to the stakeholders of the different sectors, as well as our scientific agencies. Quite clearly, it's a good example of a One Health approach, and it allows us for the time being, the different sectors, to exchange their point of view, share innovative ideas, generate a consensus, compare the advances which are being carried out in the key fields, and I hope that all of these experiences that the Minister of the Spanish National Plan, which is starting to bear its fruits, can be borne in mind by others who have to progress a lot in this field, and progress cross-sectionally, as I said, not only at a sectorial level, but also at administrative level or at administration level, but we have to advance much more. That's why we're reflecting on how to do from the One Health approach, make an emblematic project in the next European Commission as the Green Deal, for example. I hope, I'm not too hopeful, but the challenge is to demonstrate that the One Health approach and the interdisciplinary collaboration has a clear impact in the decrease of antimicrobial resistance. I am sure that today's meeting will contribute to demonstrate this, and I take advantage of this opportunity to invite everyone to the One Health conference, which we organize on the 13th of November in Luxembourg. I hope to see many of you there in person or online, to continue our discussion about the future of One Health in Europe. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Director. Now, as is usual, in the events of the Presidency, we're going to take an official photo. A few moments, I'm going to ask all the authorities to please come up on stage so we can take this photo. Thank you.
Si pueden, por favor. Pueden colocarse de aquí hacia allá, por favor. En esta línea, sí, por favor. ¿Sí? Vamos a retirar esto. Claro, las he movido yo. No cabían. So we are about to start our first roundtable. But before, a brief summary of today's menu, composed of a total of 3 roundtables. At 11:45, hopefully, we'll try our best. A roundtable on integrated surveillance systems in Europe. At 12:30, the third roundtable will be devoted to intersectorial coordination across regions, followed by closing remarks by María Lamas, Executive Director of the Spanish Agency of Medicines and Medical Devices. And after which we'll take... All right, sound works. Good. After which, please pay attention. We'll take a family photo, but you remember yesterday we had some trouble. Easy this time. Outside, where we had the cocktail. All right? We'll refresh that in case anything changes for tomorrow. So we'll take a family photo upstairs. Then we'll have our cocktail lunch, everything upstairs. But first, our first roundtable will be devoted to RAGNA. It's been mentioned a number of times, a global AMR strategy. Our speakers, which I encourage to please come on stage, are Jean-Pierre Nemazy. Dr. Nemazy works at the WHO, where he coordinates the quadripartite joint secretariat team focusing on multi-sectorial activities, including the development of integrated surveillance systems, estimating the burden of economic impact of AMR, and supporting the AMR global governance structures, including Regulators Forum. Before joining WHO, he was a permanent secretary of the Ministry of Health of Rwanda. Welcome. Also,
Hello.
Professor Thomas Heverer. He's head of department at the Federal Office of Consumer Protection and Food Safety. Since 2010, he's been responsible for the authorization and registration of veterinary medicinal products in Germany. And he's also in charge of many other related issues such as antimicrobial resistance or crisis management of veterinary medicinal products. Previously, he was head of the section Residues of Medicinal Products at the Federal Institute for Risk Assessment and head of the Food Institute Oldenburg of the Lower Saxony State Office for Consumer Protection and Food Safety. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Also, Dr. Fanny Marcela Carrillo. She's a medical supervisor of pharmaceutical product registration in the National Directorate of Medicine of El Salvador. Dr. Carrillo is a pediatrician with experience in both public and private healthcare and in research and innovation as well. In her current role, she's responsible for overseeing the registration process of medicines and ensuring compliance with regulatory standards. Welcome, Dr. Carrillo. Joining us online is Okanlaunon Abayomi Samuel. Is he with us? Good, he's connected. He'll appear shortly. He's Deputy Director heading the Inspection Regulation Stakeholders Relations Division at the Veterinary Medicine and Allied Products in the NAFDAC. He's currently the Risk Manager of his Directorate, also in-house One Health MAR focal person on antimicrobial resistance, related subject to the agency and active stakeholder of AMR Stewardship Pillar. He's currently in the process of developing the National Action Plan 2.0 for the country. Welcome, Samuel. Not now? Okay. In a minute, but please clap. A warm welcome. He's listening. And last but not least, our moderator for our first session, Björn Eriksson. He's Director General of the Swedish Medical Products Agency. Previously, he was Director of Healthcare at the region of Stockholm, Regional Director in Northern Sweden, and CEO of Skåne University Hospital. Dr. Eriksson has also worked in drug development at AstraZeneca, and in 2013 served as head of the Medicine and Thorax Division at Uppsala University Hospital. Most relevant for today's discussion, he's going to be leading right now. Björn, all yours.
Thank you a lot, and very welcome to this roundtable. And I hope we will have a fruitful and open discussion. And please feel free after the presentations and our short panel talk to have questions and interact with us. First, this started. It started with AMR, actually. But in May 2023, this year, the Regulatory Agency's Global Network Against AMR was created. And it is an initiative by the Swedish Presidency of the Council of the European Union last spring. And we interacted closely with Maria and the Spanish agency, and I'm really happy to see that you really put this forward and drive it even further. And the first global joint summit of human and veterinary medicines regulatory authorities meeting to preserve antimicrobials was held in Geneva early May this year. And as an outcome of this meeting, it was a lot of thoughts, and we identified actually gaps when it comes to the implementation of all strategies, all guidelines we have, and also the knowledge we have about AMR and the increasing threat. So it's all about the implementation and implementation tools. It was obvious that all countries all over the globe needs support and needs to share best practice of the implementation. We need a powerful, impactful toolbox to fight the resistance and the development. So we started with 2 meetings, and we have shared experiences. And so far, at the last meeting, 60+ countries was participating, and we have about 100 tools that is thought to be impactful when working as a regulatory agency or restricting antimicrobials in the market or for more prudent use. So the RANGNA network consists of representatives of regulatory agencies and all over the globe. And we have some white spots still, and it's in Latin America, and it is in Asia. There are several countries that we really need to have on board. It is also a One Health approach. So it's both veterinary medicine, it's about animal health, and it's about human health and human medicines. The objectives of the network is strengthen the international collaboration between regulatory agencies combating against AMR, identify concrete actions that regulatory agencies can contribute with against AMR, and exchange experiences and good practices between regulatory agencies. And as a start, WHO and the quadripartite was essential because we started from that platform. And therefore, I think it's wise to start with you, Jean-Pierre. What is your assumption? What can RANGNA bring to the table, to the United Nations General Assembly next autumn when it comes to the toolbox and so, and what will be the quadripartite's role in RANGNA?
Thank you. Thank you so much. First, to also join my voice to the others by thanking the Spanish Presidency for, one, keeping AMR at the top of the political agenda across the Europe, but also for inviting us in this nice city with a very good last evening tour. So we're really very thankful. It was a very good moment, and it's always useful to discuss such complex issues in an environment that is less stressful. So for that, really, score is very high. Thank you for that. And again, also thank you for inviting the quadripartite organizations to this conference. And I'll maybe start by giving you a bit of introduction to the quadripartite organization. And I have colleagues here, and some will be already in the panel, in the follow-up, to maybe give you more ideas on what the quadripartite organizations are. As Bijon said, these are 4 organizations that came together since 2019 mainly. And these are the Food Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, United Nations Environment Program, World Health Organization, and World Organization for Animal Health. And they came together in a One Health approach to try to join the forces and address AMR in a One Health approach. So why do we have to be together? I mean, I think yesterday was a very useful day for us to understand the complexity of AMR. And the ministers and the other speakers previously also spoke about the complexity of AMR, not only by the name or the acronym, but AMR is affecting all of us in different lenses. First, as health threats, animals and humans are the most affected, for sure, with the drug resistance pathogens. But the environment comes in as a key in the puzzle to find solutions, because it's an interface between all of us. And I was glad to hear from, I think, Thomas or Barbara yesterday that they are working on a paper that could give us information about either the transmission of AMR to the environment, or what could be the potential impact on AMR with the environment and so forth. I think that would be greatly useful for us to understand the relationship between drug resistance and environment and vice versa. So then the quadripartite organization came together and formed a joint secretariat to address AMR. And it's a joint secretariat, which is a functional arrangement. We have experts from those four organizations who meet at least every 2 weeks to discuss the AMR across the sectors. We came up with a joint strategic framework that governs the key priorities for us in the coming 5-10 years. And preserving antimicrobials actually is the top on our agenda. However, I would say that in the implementation arrangements, so we addressed all the other stakeholders, but we didn't go direct to the regulators, I would say. And we're talking about prescribers, we're talking about pharmaceutical manufacturing, we were talking about other stakeholders, politicians, and so forth. But the regulators or the regulatory authorities, we didn't really, I think, in the beginning, exactly seize the power that they have to come and on the table address the AMR together. And as John said, last May we had the first regulators summit that brought together the human and animal health regulators. But our aim is to continue and have all the other regulators as well to join in the area of the environment, area of the plant. So as a quadripartite, we want this network to grow and really go beyond only the animal and human health regulators. But we had to start from one point. And thank you so much for the Swedish Medicine Product Agency that partnered with us and actually steered the creation of this network. So thank you so much again for supporting the network to happen. But also thanks to other regulators and regulatory authorities across Europe, across other countries. We have a colleague from Nigeria who is training as well, who are subscribing to this network, because I think this network is going to be crucial. We spoke about the next year to be a very big year for the AMR. Not that it's going to be more transmissible, but it's going to be an opportunity for us to change the trend or to really decide to proceed in a different direction and different pace. What do I mean? Next year, there will be the United General Assembly high-level meeting on AMR. Last week, the President of the General Assembly has appointed the 2 co-facilitators. Normally, in the usual high-level meeting proceedings, this process is guided by 2 co-facilitators. They're always ambassadors from New York representing 2 countries who steer the effort and works with some institutions and consult the member states to come up in the end with what they call a political declaration. I think you've heard about that, where there is a document that starts by we heads of government and states commit 1, 2, 3. So we have that opportunity next year. And the last one was in 2016. I don't know if you all remember. We only had one in 2016 for AMR, which was very useful. And that's where actually, there was commitment from the heads of government that we are going to implement the Global Action Plan, which was established in 2015 by the WHO and endorsed by the other quadripartite organization. But we did recently a quick assessment to see what was the impact of the 2016 global high-level meeting on AMR and the political declaration. There were 8 recommendations from that declaration. I'll let you go maybe and read that. But I'll just highlight a few. One was all the countries did commit that we will develop the national action plan. That one has been well done. Actually, we have 170 countries across the globe who developed the national action plans. The second recommendation, however, was that we're going to implement that and we'll dedicate the financial resources required to get it done. I would like to tell you, only 10% of the countries have allocated budget to implement the national action plan in their budget. So what does it tell us? There is a disconnect between what were the commitments and also what the implementation was. So I'm just trying to rally you today to say that we need really to take the opportunity for the upcoming high-level meeting to look at where things didn't go well and actually work with our political leaders. And we are I would say the community that can really prepare and also make sure that the political leaders take the decisions and the commitments that are going to be very specific, bold, and that are going to help us. So now how is the RAGNA coming into this? So the regulators and the regulatory authorities, we believe they have a very crucial role in that goal of preserving antimicrobials and also the prudent use of antimicrobials in different sectors. So we thought, and again, the summit highlighted that the way the current state is, the regulators do not work together across different sectors. In some countries, actually, we checked, and you have the regulators on food, you have regulators on animal medicine, regulators on human health medicine, but they don't even meet. They don't even have contacts. And then when you go across the globe, again, there is that lack of working together and so forth. So then it was very obvious that we needed to bring these groups together, have them talking, and we're already seeing some great results. I think John said that there are already some policies or regulatory measures being shared across different regulatory authorities. And we're also thinking that this is going to be very beneficial to make sure that across the globe there is this sharing of best practices, sharing the knowledge, partnering, pairing people, and pairing institutions. It's going to be very useful. And it's going to be, to me, I think, a nice group or a key stakeholder that we are going to consult when we are going to be thinking about what can the world commit to in the next year in a way to address AMR as far as antimicrobials are concerned, being the preservation of the current, stimulating the new research and development and new production of new antimicrobials, but also the access, because regulatory authorities are also key to increase the access. So, and also to stop the over-counter sales of antimicrobials, where that's also being still a big issue. So I would pause here, and again, thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah,
I could still go on, but
happy to hear more from you later on. Thank you, Jean-Pierre.
Thank you so much.
And then we move to veterinary medicine, HMA, and Thomas. What is your perspective on this?
Thank you so much, Björn. So we both are part of the HMA network, and I see also, of course, our Spanish colleagues, and thank you so much for inviting us and for organizing this meeting. I think we all know, and our colleague from Portugal is also here for the HMA network. I think we all know how much we cherish such networks. And I think I'm very thankful that you organized and initiated the RAGNA network, because I think it's a next step to be done. So, of course, on the European level, we have this network of 40 NCAs, which is quite a lot. And of course, we are focused pretty much on Europe. And I think this is a good next step forward on the global scale, because, as you said, Jean-Pierre, this is a global approach. It's a One Health approach. It's a global approach. We can't solve all the problems only on a local, regional level. So I'm very thankful that you put this next step forward, which is very, very important. And I think we can all learn from each other. So, of course, we have learned from each other within the European network, and we are taking the next step now to learn from each other what are the real problems out there in the world, and they are different. And we have been talking yesterday, and I was also very thankful about the discussion on the communication, because we have learned that this is, of course, different approaches have to be met globally, also regionalized. As you said, Jean-Pierre, we may have other problems in other parts of the world, like over-the-counter sales. That's not an issue in Europe, but it's an issue in several other parts of the world. So I was happy that we could present yesterday the EMA strategy, HMA-EMA strategy, and of course, in the veterinary sector, we have a new legislation, and we had within this new legislation, the 2019 number 6, which has to be applied since January 28, 2022. We had two major goals. One goal was to reduce the administrative burden, and the second goal was to fight AMR. So AMR is one key issue of the new red legislation, and so there are some measures within this legislation dealing with AMR, and just to set some new measures to fight AMR on the European scale, using all tools that are available on a regulatory scale. And just as Barbara said yesterday, of course, we have some opportunities on a regulatory scale, but also we have limitations. So what we need, and what you said, Jean-Pierre, is we have to collaborate. We have to collaborate with each other, of course, on a regulatory basis, but we also have to, also to include others, like academia, for instance, because we need some feedback from academia. And of course, we try our best, also on the veterinary side, to have this connection. But what we have learned, and I just want to mention EDAR, which is also a very great approach to address the environmental part, which is the third pillar of the One Health concept. But what I realized is, of course, scientists are just working very intensively, doing great research in the environmental area, but sometimes they are just not interconnected to the regulatory part. And I think what we need to do, and what is probably also an issue that can be done by Ragnar, is to interconnect not only countries and regulatory bodies, but also trying to have some impact from the science side and from other sides. And we also have to recognize, of course, other stakeholders, and we have to think who should be included into our discussions. And I think we have some non-benefit organizations. They also have some claims, and we have to address these claims, because I think finally, if we are only working in our area, and we did this in the past, it will not be very productive in the future, because we have to address it globally, and we have to include almost everybody who is interested in this issue. And I think this is a step forward that we have to take. And so I'm very thankful that you initiated, Ragnar, because I think this should be a step forward to a new approach. And of course, we have lessons learned in the past, but we have still many, many lessons to be learned in the future.
Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you.
Funny, you represent El Salvador.
Yes.
I know that you have experiences from other parts of America and so, but what is your take on Ragnar? What can we do together, and what is the place of El Salvador?
Yes. Well, first, thank you for inviting me. It is so important to us to learn from all of you, because since I'm from Latin America, as all you know, we are part of undeveloped countries. So for us, it's really important to take notes, to learn from you, and to take all the information that you have, because the reality is that we are a few steps behind all of you. As Thomas said, it is important to work together, because as I saw, all Europe are really far from us, and you are working really hard. You are making big change, but those changes are not right now in Latin America. We are really behind. We are working and making our best effort, but really it's not enough. We are trying to connect with all of you. We are looking to work together, because we are sure that the impact of regulatory agencies, all of the resistance antimicrobials, they're not only impact on Latin America, they are global impact. So we are looking to work with all of you. We are trying in my country, as a part of the National Regulatory Agency, to put a milestone in the control and the surveillance of the antimicrobial, but it's hard for us, and it's taking time. We are getting in that point baby steps, but the important part for us is that we are working. We are trying to find a way, and we are working to in one point, be near of you in the system, in everything, to acknowledge.
Thank you. And we will come back to that, I think, and how we can use surveillance data for impactful actions. So then I will ask you, Okan Lavon from Nigeria and from the agency in Nigeria. Very welcome to the panel. And what is your thoughts about RAGNA and the impact we can do?
Good morning, the President, the ministers, and the experts in the House. I want to first and foremost appreciate the opportunity given me to be on this platform. And it's quite a great privilege from us Nigerians and from my Director General. We bring greetings to the entire Europe community. I wouldn't know if you would like me to project my presentation or should I just go ahead without that?
Yes.
Hello, sir?
Please.
Okay, good. Just in response to the question, I will like to speak to the slide so as to portray exactly our engagement in the recent times with RAGNA. And for future engagement, we can see a prospect in our coming together as regulatory agency, as well as for the entire world. I will just speak. I may not need to speak to this. These are just the laws and legislation that set up the agency in the nation Nigeria, which empowers the organization to be able to regulate and control the manufacture, importation, exportation, distribution, advertisement, sale and use of food, drugs, cosmetics, medical devices, packaged water, chemicals, detergents collectively known as regulated products. Our mission is very clear, which is to protect and promote the public health, instituting an effective and efficient regulatory system that ensures only the right quality food, drugs, and other regulated products are manufactured, exported, imported, advertised, distributed, sold, and used in Nigeria. Our engagement with RAGNA is very significant considering the governance structure that we have in Nigeria. Nigeria's AMR governance structure is based on One Health approach, and it comprises of the National One Health Steering Committee, National One Health Technical Committee, Antimicrobial Resistance Coordinating Committee, as well as the National AMR Technical Working Group. All these are the major umbrella that coordinates all activities that has to do with antimicrobial resistance. And we have 5 major pillars that we operate through as a nation. The Nigeria Center Disease for Control is the secretariat that coordinates all activities that relates with AMR in collaboration and in agreement with other bodies across the One Health structure, from the animal, the environment, as well as the human health. And looking at this governance structure, we can see that the 5 pillars has to do with the awareness and education, just like we discussed yesterday, which is a continuous engagement with the populace, both for the professionals and for those who are in the public generally, in order for us to be able to fight this war together against the antimicrobials resistance that have taken over the health sector. The surveillance is there, which is very key. And recently, our surveillance data has been able to give us a picture of the true state of things regarding AMR in the nation as a whole. And for the stewardship, we have, as an agency, we have our data of importation of antimicrobials into the country. We have record as far back as to 2014-15 that we started in this engagement, and we have always consistently shared this information and data with relevant sister agencies, as well as the Ministry of Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Development, which has helped so much in sharing with World Organization for Animal Health. These records are there for anyone to see. And the infection prevention and control is also there, as well as the biosecurity and research. And with this, the agency is fully engaged. And we know with this also we can relate with RAGNA, because RAGNA, being the regulatory agency global network fighting against antimicrobial, is a win-win for all. When you consider that in line with the warning from WHO that tells us that public health, the AMR is a potential threat to public health, have no respect for age, for race, and for countries. That means we all are in it together. So the collaboration is a positive one for all, and it helps us to be able to engage. Finally, before we have to stop to allow you for any other engagement and question, the agency has an in-house antimicrobial resistance One Health team. This was designed specifically to be able to respond to the AMR challenge in the nation. We have some directorates. We have the veterinary medicine and allied products. This directorate is saddled with that responsibility to ensure that antimicrobials used in the animal sector is properly regulated as per the quantity, as well as the meat that are allowed for veterinarians to use on their farm, just a way to control the abuse that farmers have been known to. Not only that, the directorate, we have raised up a regulatory directive which has to do with policy that measures or control the use of antibiotics. For example, there's a ban of antibiotics as growth promoter in animals, foodborne animals, and also the colistin, there is a ban on it as coccidial starch, which is often used in the poultry sector. And recently we observed that the importation data, just like I tell you, we have record for all this, shows that there was an increase of the colistin being imported, and that gave us the kind of direction to put a measure in place to be able to monitor the end user and to discover who are those who are handling this product that is very essential as a last resort in combating the antimicrobial in humans. And also we have other directorate, the Port Inspection Directorate. Then we have our laboratory, which you might be aware as the agency is WHO Maturity Level 3 regulatory authority. And with that, we have a laboratory that is ISO IEC 17025 2017 accredited accordingly, and has that capacity to be able to carry out necessary tests in food residues for antibiotics and antimicrobials in the food that are being consumed by the populace. The laboratory was accredited in 2017 with ANAB, which is ANSI National Accreditation Board, for the analysis of tetracycline, beta-lactams, and sulfamides in tissues. So with this, we have the capacity to be able to engage and to also share information going forward. And I think I may want to stop here because according to institution, from the question I have from our end, how do we participate in RAGNA? Maybe I may need to speak specifically now. Knowing that the goal of RAGNA is to combat AMR, which is a global public health threat, the mission of our agency also is to protect and promote public health. So we can see an alignment of goals. And with this alignment of goal, it's a win-win and a positive platform for engagement with RAGNA. And NAFDAC is not operating in silos. The agency has attained maturity level 3, like I mentioned earlier on, which is a global benchmarking, which is one of the global best practices for medicine regulatory agencies. And as such, will encourage active participation in RAGNA through collaboration with RAGNA on regulatory matters, that relates to AMR, include Ragnar programs in the agency work plan. As an agency, we do have a work plan for the year, and we can always bring in the Ragnar programs in order for us to be able to share data and information. So collaboration with Ragnar is possible, and it's a win-win for all. I may have to stop here for you to continue. Sorry for taking the time.
Thank you, Okan Lavon. Really interesting. And thank you for giving some examples of what type of tools are we talking about. The One Health perspective is a very useful platform, and restricting antibiotics use in animals is one of the most challenging parts of this, and it seems to be a low-hanging fruit due to the volume of antibiotics used globally for farming and so. And we have vast experiences from Europe and from the last example from us. Do you want to say anything about the tools that you have used to decrease the use of antimicrobials in European farming?
Yeah, I can. Of course, we have some measures on a national scale. I think all member states have national scale measures, and we have measures which are also on a European scale now given by the new legislation. And we're working together on these measures. So this was also the reason for initiating within the EMAN strategies, theme number 4, where we have some exchange how to finally how to implement all the measures that have been set by the legislation. One of these major issues is after collecting sales data, now we have the use data, which are of course more interesting than pure sales data. So they are more specific. They're by different animal species. As I said yesterday, up to 2030, we will assess all animal species, not only food-producing animals, just like now, but also some pet animals, etc. Everything. That's one goal, but we started already early. I think sometimes, and this is again a link to the communication part, it just is an incentive to reduce antimicrobials by just collecting sales data. So when we started back in 2011 in Germany to collect sales data, we had a real decrease in sales on antibiotics. There were no real other measures on place at that time, but just by reporting sales data, there is a certain pressure to the farmers, to the veterinarians, to the industry, just to make a certain reduction. Of course, previously in 2006 in Europe, you remember we had the ban of using antibiotics as growth promoters. This was also a trigger for reducing the amounts, a large trigger to reduce the amounts of pharmaceuticals, although it was not sufficient, as we realized later on. So I'm very happy that many states in the meantime have also banned, for instance, the US very recently banned the use of antibiotics as growth promoters. I think this is the first step. Reporting data, making it more transparent to everybody what is really used in veterinary medicine. This is a very important step. And then you can take some other steps. So we had some other measures on a national scale which will be retained apart from the European legislation. So the European legislation also leaves up to the member states to have even more measures in place to reduce the amounts of antibiotics used. And I think every member state has different approaches. We know that in Denmark, there are very strict approaches. So they were very successful also in Sweden. So of course, what we have to recognize that farming is different in countries. Sweden has different farming than Germany or Spain or other countries. So not all the measures that are applied on the national scale are transferable. And this is also something that we have to accept. So of course, we can do something together and it will be successful. But of course, we have to accept that some measures may work in one country, but not in another, because you have different animal species that are grown. So often I say, well, the human medicine is a very easy task because you only have one species. We have so many species. So we have to care about these species, and the species are varying from country to country. So finally, of course, we can learn from each other, and probably some of the measures that have been applied in Europe will also probably work in other in other states globally. Others won't. Probably, and what I've learned also in my discussions when we were discussing with other, for instance, I had a delegation from ECOWAS in our institution, and we had a great time talking about antibiotic resistance. And what I've learned that we have one thing all in common, and that's communication. And I think we can learn quite a lot from communication also already undertaken in other states. And we should, and I think this is something very important, we shouldn't think that what we are doing in Europe is, well, the best thing that can be done. No, we can still learn from all the other countries, and we can learn how we can communicate together, but also separately in certain instances. And I guess a very key to the reduction of the use of antibiotics is, first of all, transparency, very important in the very beginning, and later on, of course, to have measures and to put pressure also on farmers, and to have, of course, also some communication to patients, to farmers on a good practice. So good practice guides and a prudent use is, of course, the key finally, and prudent use may be different in different countries. And the situations are way different. I think it's going a straight way forward, and this is, again, the reason why Ragnar is so important, just to have this exchange.
And just stress the fact that we have just right now, we have about 100 interventions done by regulatory authorities, and it's just the beginning. And every healthcare system differs from others, and every agriculture system differs from others. So we have to apply the correct actions in the correct state. So that's why we need to be broad in the actions. Surveillance is very important, and laboratory capacity, as was pointed out from Nigeria. Fanny, what do you think is the next step for diagnostic tools when managing patients and so? Yesterday, I talked about the possibilities of point-of-care methods that during consultancy between patient and physician decide exactly what narrow spectrum antibiotic you could use. So what is your thoughts about the laboratory tests, the possibilities? Do you have any such tool in El Salvador?
Let me talk a little bit about. Well, as I told you, I'm from El Salvador, and the National Directorate of Medicine is working independently since 2012. And in 2016, we start the process of control the antimicrobial resistance with asking for the prescription of the doctors for injectable antibiotics. That was our first step. Then we put a milestone in 2018, and we put a list of oral antibiotics. It was clarithromycin, azithromycin, moxifloxacin, norfloxacin, and we asked that those special antibiotics that we learned that in my country they are selling like candies, there need to be a specific kind of prescription, and the pharmacist has to retain that prescription. So in 2020, in the part of diagnostic, since my country is a little small, we only have 20,000 kilometers, but we have more than 6 million people of population. So we start and we add 16 and then 17 diagnostics laboratories. They report everything of antimicrobial resistance to a center diagnostic. They show the tables, they show the resistance, they show how the antimicrobial resistance is in the country, and they are send you back some message to alert you about how the resistance is working in the different hospitals. We only have 3 main hospitals in my country, but the other 15 hospitals are also reporting, and with that charts, we give the feedback to the doctors, to the physicians, and we tell them maybe you need to escalate or under-escalate the antibiotics. Since now, and since my country is a little small, the 17 laboratories that are working are, for the moment, they are the top of the capacity of we can manage in my country. We are looking forward to have more because, as you know, in the undeveloped country, we need to make or try to get at the smallest village in the country, but it's difficult because we don't have internet, some places they don't have electricity, some places they don't have water, so all the problems are difficult. We're making an effort from now, 17, 18 sites that are reporting are a goal for us. We are looking to have more and to develop more, technology to have a better diagnostic methods. But for now, it's a little bit difficult for us. Yeah.
But you are starting the curve with better coverage.
Yes.
And
at the beginning, we only have 1 hospital that was reporting.
Yeah.
So to get 17 and now 18, it's a milestone for us.
I see.
Yeah.
Jean-Pierre, the last question for the panel, and then I will give some question to the audience too. But Jean-Pierre, short, what do you want Ragnar to deliver next autumn?
Thank you so much.
To the meeting.
Yeah. And you insisted short.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll try to be short. But let me first quickly reflect on what Thomas said. I think the Ragnar, to me, bringing together all the regulators, authorities, it's not going to be a way that, we take what works in Europe, you take it in another place, or vice versa. I think I agree with you. I mean, it starts by the assessments within the countries to see exactly what do they really need in terms of the legislative measures. And I wanted to bring on your attention that the quadripartite has developed One Health assessment registration tool, and just to assess all the relevant legislative measures relevant to AMR. And that's going to be, I think, one of the tools that we can bring on the table for the Ragnar and other regulatory agencies to consider. So to do your own assessment within your own countries to see, what do you need to have in place. And then within the network, you could see what Sweden has done or German or other one. And then you don't need to invent the wheel. If there are things that can be transferred, that is something. So that's one of the things that Ragnar will bring. But for the exactly the question you asked, we think that Ragnar can contribute in terms of proposing specific and really very tangible commitments that the world should endorse to preserve the antimicrobials, but also to improve the access to the safe and quality antimicrobials across the world. How to doing that? I think the regulators knows with your own jurisdictions, your own technical expertise. You know what works, what doesn't work. You know what is needed to be put in place. You know what the countries should commit to in terms of ensuring that we have the right antimicrobials and we use them safely and prudently and across the globe. So I think Ragnar has a unique opportunity. And the quadripartite, we really very much open. And I didn't mention it. The 2 facilitators who are appointed is Malta and Barbados. So the 2 ambassadors will be meeting very soon, and the quadripartite organization. And the Global Leaders Group on AMR, who is also another high-level political advocacy group chaired by the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mormotri. And on Ragnar, I'm sure they'll have a chair on that table to propose what, from your area of expertise, your area of work, you think should be the bold, really, commitments that could change the curve of the AMR. Not sure if I've been short. But over to you.
The perfect answer. Anyone who wants to, please. I don't think there are any microphones, so yeah, there are, of course.
And I represent the World Organization for Animal Health. On behalf of my organization and the quadripartite, we wanted to congratulate Sweden for doing that, taking the baton. I think it's very important. And my question is, what do you think about, because you have been talking a lot about antibiotics, but what about antimicrobials, antivirals, antiparasiticides, antifungals? And I'm asking the question also because of the plants. We all know we have been reports of the use of antifungals in plants and how this is impacting human health. So I wanted to know what's your opinion on that in terms of the scope of RAGNA, antimicrobials, and what about plants? Thank you.
Yeah, anyone who wants to answer? I can answer that. Absolutely, we need even more knowledge about antifungals, about the resistance, and how to fight them in the best way. So they are welcome in the platform. That's the short answer.
And I think that's the correct answer. So Javier, I mean, yes, we started with the animal-human health for the sake of, convenience, I would say. But it's a growing trend now. And you're right, we need to bring everybody, even including some regulators of the chemicals, to the environment. So we have to come on board. But as I said in the beginning, we didn't even have human health regulators talking to each other. Forget having now two sectors, and even within one country. So if we are now going to really have a ripple effect by bringing all these people together, yes, we'll bring the others as well and join the RAGNA.
Thomas, about antifungals and...
Yeah, just briefly, you're absolutely right. And we have one section in my department, and this section is not called antimicrobial resistance or antibiotic resistance, but pharmaceutical resistance, due to this reason, because we are not only talking about resistance with antibiotics, but we are talking about a broad spectrum of resistances. But the problem is that the knowledge that we have currently is not as good in all the other areas than it is with antibiotics. So we are working very intensively right now on antiparasitic drugs. And of course, we had already some studies, and these are alarming studies because the resistance rates are very, very high in some areas. And of course, we are also concerned on this, but I think we can, of course, learn from everything that has been done with antibiotics, but nevertheless, it's way different again. And the approaches got to be different. But you're absolutely right. We have not only to concentrate and focus only on antibiotics, but we also have to take into account all the other parts. And as far as antimicrobial resistance is concerned, of course, you have cross-selectivity with many compounds. And for instance, copper is cross-selective, and using copper instead of antibiotics may not be the best choice.
Fanny?
Yeah, thank you for the question. As they said, another topic that is really important to me, coming from Latin America, it's TB, tuberculosis. We are presenting a lot of resistance of that topic. I know that it's maybe not one of the main topics of Europe, but for us, it's really important. We are presenting high rates of resistance. We are limited our options. Also, in the part of anti-fungus, we are not so in problem because we are limited in options. It's not because of we don't have resistance. Clearly, we have high rates of resistance, but the options in my country are really limited. So that's a beneficial part, but also a really bad one because the rates are bad. But for me now, one main problem from Latin America, it could be TB and the resistance that it's showing, and that we are not working to have another option for that disease. And, you know, it's really a big problem for public health. It's really worst, yeah.
This must be the last question, because I want to keep my good friendship with Maria. A very short one.
Hello, my name is Christine Ordal. I work for the Norwegian Institute of Public Health, and thank you so much, because this is super exciting, very exciting, the work that you're doing in Ragna. And I'm so excited to hear all of you talk about that context matters, because one thing that we often forget to say at AMR-related meetings is that far more people die of lack of access to antibiotics than they do from resistance. And I think that is something that we really need to remember, and it's great that that you've got this focus on context. But I'm curious, because access is so important, will you be publishing any kind of case studies about countries that have managed successfully to attract important antibiotics to their market? I think that would be so great if you did. Thank you.
Thank you for that proposal. Then I can end this meeting with saying that Ragna is meeting every second month, usually Wednesdays in a suitable time for the globe. So it's morning for someone, it's evening or night for others. So we are really trying to find the correct way. And we are right now preparing lists. We are collecting during the meetings experiences. Next time it's South Africa that will talk about how they combat AMR. And hopefully we will publish this. But nothing is decided. So thank you, and I hand over to the Spanish presidency.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Erickson, and all those speakers. Coffee break.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, let's just 30 seconds. Let's reconvene at 11:45 here. That goes for those of you in streaming. 11:45 we'll be back here for integrated surveillance systems in Europe. Please enjoy your coffee. about to start in momentarily, so please, if you will, come in, have a seat. Second roundtable about to start. All right, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your coffee. As you'll notice, we gave you 5 extra minutes. This has been a rather long coffee. Tasteful. Okay, next roundtable, second roundtable, sistemas integrados de vigilancia en Europa, la armonización para tener éxito, which is integrated surveillance systems in Europe, harmonization to succeed. This table's topic is how to best develop integrated surveillance systems involving all European agencies in a common One Health strategy to tackle AMR. Our speakers will discuss new opportunities and synergies currently arising thanks to the integration and digitalization of health systems in order to strengthen the European Health Union, enhance cooperation, reinforce current surveillance systems, and access AMR data in real time. Our speakers for this table will be 3 will have them with us here, 2 more will be connected online. First, Dominique Monet. He's head of section for antimicrobial resistance and healthcare-associated infections at the European Centre for Disease Control. Dr. Monet joined ECDC in October 2007 to lead its disease program on antimicrobial resistance and healthcare-associated infections. He also represents ECDC at the EU-US Transatlantic Task Force on Antimicrobial Resistance. And before joining this institution, he worked in French hospitals, at the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and at the Danish Statens Serum Institute. Welcome. Momentarily, he'll appear here. Yeah, please clap. Warm welcome. All right. Welcome, Dr. Monet. Joining us here in Pamplona, Ernesto Liébana. He's a veterinary surgeon with a PhD in microbiology, a fellow of the Royal College of Pathologists of the UK. In over 3 decades of research, Dr. Liébana has published more than 150 papers. He's currently a senior scientific officer of the European Food Safety Authority, which he joined in 2007, and where in the last 7 years he's been leading the BioHaz unit, that is the panel on biological hazards, a unit that provides scientific advice on biological hazards in relation to food safety and foodborne diseases. Welcome. Also joining us here in Pamplona, Dr. Barbara Freischem. She's a senior specialist at the veterinary division at the EMA. She has a degree in veterinary medicine from the Free University of Berlin, and currently heads the Veterinary Surveillance and Regulatory Support Department of the EMA. Her responsibilities include regulatory support to the division, pharmacovigilance activities for veterinary medicines, and the monitoring of sales data for veterinary antimicrobials. Before joining the EMA in 2019, Dr. Freischem worked in different roles linked to regulatory and mostly veterinary medicines at a national, European, and international levels, both on the side of regulatory agencies and industry. Welcome. Also joining us online via link, Caroline Whaley. She's an expert on water industries and pollution of the EEA. She leads work on chemicals in and emissions to water at the European Environmental Agency, with a particular focus on the Urban Waste Management Treatment Directive and the Water Framework Directive. Previously, she was a policy lead in marine and water policy at the Department for Environment, Farming and Rural Affairs in the UK. She's got a PhD in environmental chemistry and undertook research at the Water Research Center and the Center for Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Science before joining DFRA. Welcome. This table is shorter than the previous one, so it'll be structured in 2 rounds with 5 minutes intervention from each participant per round. That goes for you. Please keep it short and to the point, and we'll end up on time. Our moderator for this round table, nuestra moderadora para esta mesa redonda es la doctora María Lamas. Ella es la directora.
Dr. María Lamas, she's the director of the Spanish Agency for Medicines and Health Products since 2018. She's a member of the coordinating group of the European Network of Agencies for Medicine and management of the European Agency, or EMA. She also represents Spain in the steering board of the European vaccine strategy led by the European Commission. Dr. Lamas.
Muchas gracias, Luis, por tu presentación.
Thank you much, Luis.
The presentation of the table in Spanish, and then we come back to English in order to have a fluent communication with our guests here, our guests online, all the participants. Vuelvo al español.
I'm going back to Spanish now. The objective, and taking advantage that I'm here speaking in Spanish, I wanted to make a parenthesis. I want to give a warm thanks to our Ibero-American colleagues that have come from so far away to participate yesterday in the plenary session in Abbey and to attend to the high-level meeting of antimicrobial resistance, for example. To have different points of view undoubtedly is going to help us to fight against a problem that knows no frontiers or borders. Thank you very much for coming along. And going back to the target of today's panel session, most of the people that are listening to us, we know quite recently what we've done is adopted in Europe the recommendations of the European Union Council vis-à-vis antimicrobial resistance. Those that don't know what the European Union is and how we work, is that recommendations might sound not too assertive and a bit weak, but nevertheless, the truth is when the states accept and adopt these recommendations, they commit themselves to put them underway, implement them. That is to say, we know that quite often these types of soft policies end up bringing about to legal frameworks which are much more strict and much stronger. And in these recommendations that we've talked about over the last 2 days, and leaving to one side the objectives to reduce infections that are multi-resistant or the reduction in consumption of these, one of the recommendations is to have integrated systems for surveillance to antimicrobial resistance. So therefore, and in order to do this, we've set up this panel. And in this panel, we've got represented the European agencies which at present are already doing functions, surveillance functions, or are going to do this in human health, ECDC, as the presenter explained to us, Dominique online by the Animal Health, EPSA, for example, Ernesto Liebana, and by the environment, on the environment side of things, who will incorporate themselves into this surveillance, Karen Welly, who is online, and by the EMA as a coordinator of the regulatory actions of medicines in Europe. We've got our colleague Barbara, who's with us. So therefore, the objective of the panel is to have the full points of view of the different agencies who are already doing out surveillance functions or about to start to do these, to see how we can integrate this into a single system which would generate robust data upon the situation, status of resistances, and to adopt the pertinent measures.
My first question is common for all of you, and I would like to know what resistance determinants, in your opinion, should be included in this overall or integrated surveillance system. We can begin by Dominique Monet.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. Well, you're talking about resistance determinants or determinants of surveillance systems. We should focus on those pathogens that are transversal through the different systems, from the food animals to the food to the humans and the environment. As an addition, we could add those pathogens that are just for two of the compartments. For example, we could say between the hospitals and the environment, or between the farms and the environment. So we need an harmonization on the bacteria, but I think we really need harmonization on the methods. As of now, we're doing our best with the data that we have. And that's the mandate that we have for the JACRA report. But if we want to improve, then we need to harmonize the methods. And finally, we need a much faster turnover of data. In the JACRA report, the one that will be published this December, the most recent data will be from 2021, and we're already at the end of 2023. So this is a wish. Now we will not be able to do this with the resources that we have. This will require much larger resources and an increase in the resources that are available in each of the agencies. Otherwise, we will never succeed. Thank you.
Clear message, Dominique. We will come back to that message after in a few minutes. Ernesto, would you like to give us your point of view regarding the determinants that should be included in this surveillance system?
Thank you, Marianne, and good morning, everybody. And thank you to my Spanish colleagues for the invitation and giving the floor to EFSA to talk about our ideas on integrated surveillance. For me, as determinants of any surveillance program, what is important is that we have the right data domains covered. And for EFSA, that means going across a huge amount of territory, meaning that we should have data from healthy animals, that sometimes that serves as a proxy to common indicators of bacteria that go from the animal to the human compartment, sick animals, of course, food. Food is very much in our domain, but it's not only food, the conventional food that one gets in mind is not only food of animal origin, but also food of non-animal origin, so fresh produce, for example. And most importantly, the food production environment around all of these categories that I mentioned. The second thing which is important as a determinant is not only the domains of data, but the type of data. And we need to have, of course, data on resistance. That means data on bacteria and resistance phenotypes, but also about the mechanisms that are behind. And I will perhaps later on talk about new technologies there. And last but not least, data on residues of antimicrobials and levels of use of antimicrobials in general. And that is where my colleagues in EMA and ECDC come on board. What is really important with all this type of data is to bring it together in some kind of measurable indicator, because it's a huge amount of data. And with that, we will be able to compute trends and to watch emerging risks appearing, with the hope to do something with that data. We don't collect data for the sake of collecting data. We need to integrate that in risk assessments. And we need to do something with the outcome of the risk assessment. So this actionable surveillance for me is a paramount, let's say, idea that we need to keep in mind. And that is perhaps where we are failing a bit in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernesto. And Caroline, can you hear us?
Caroline,
Hello, yes.
Can you hear us?
Yeah. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Would you like to give us your point of view? Which kind of determinants should be included in the surveillance system from the environmental point of view?
Okay, thanks. Thanks for inviting me. I'm sorry I can't be there at this very interesting and timely meeting. I mean, I think I have to take a few steps backwards on your request, I'm afraid, because we're at quite an early stage in terms of understanding of environmental AMR. If I just explain who we are and what we're doing. So the European Environment Agency's task is to provide sound, independent information on the environment and climate, and we're a science and information agency. So our core tasks are around supporting policy development, providing, maintaining an efficient reporting infrastructure for national and international data flows. And I think this data flow experience may be informative in terms of some of the broader questions you have. We take a cross-cutting view of environmental and climate policies, and that's kind of different to the regulatory role of some of the other participants today. So we don't have, we're not enforcing legislation at all. We're more about collecting information. So what I think needs to be recognised is that at present in Europe, there's no regulatory monitoring of AMR in the environment, and the work that is being done by researchers. So right at this stage of establishing processes and developing capabilities in this work area, and clearly building an experience built up in other sectors would be really helpful. And we look to the other agencies to help us with it, and some of you already are, and thanks very much for that. So why is there no routine monitoring of AMR in the environment? A key reason is that the EU water policies are at a very early stage in this area, and water is thought to be the main route for transmission. So the 2020 Water Reuse Regulation, which applies to agricultural irrigation, recognises AMR as a potential risk which may need to be managed. This is the first piece of water legislation to specify AMR, it's the first piece of environmental legislation to specify AMR, and it's in an annex. Okay, so it's early days. But the wider application of environmental monitoring comes as part of the zero pollution package of proposals that was published by the Commission in October last year. And there are important elements for AMR in this proposed legislation. So the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive would require monitoring of AMR in effluents from large wastewater treatment plants. And then for the Water Framework Directive, which is the water environment more broadly, the Water Framework Directive, the Groundwater Directive, and the Environmental Quality Standards Directive is a key part of the package. The Water Framework Directive is Europe's key overarching water legislation, but at the moment, microbiology isn't in scope. Okay, so there's no requirement to monitor microbiology under WFD. And so the proposed revisions would add antibiotic-resistant genes to monitoring for emerging pollutants. So these proposals are under negotiation, so we have to wait to see what happens through that process. Clearly, from a One Health perspective, we hope for agreement on the negotiations and that AMR aspects can be implemented as soon as possible. Coming sort of more to the question around data and infrastructure. So we provide reporting infrastructure for EU data flows. And honestly, we see AMR as another data flow to add into our water quality information. And sort of in the area of environment and health, we've been building experience in recent years, but that's mainly been focused on air quality and chemical pollution and people. And so the building for EEA means build capacity in microbiology and AMR. And the support of other agencies is really welcome and helpful on that journey. And I was interested to see the proposals around integrating data. I have to say that I would say that we're not really aware of that side on the health developments there, but in the environmental field and the chemicals field, under the chemicals strategy for sustainability, we're moving to something called a one substance, one assessment approach for chemicals. So the information held on a chemical by Europe can be accessed in one point by users. And I think learning from this experience can be quite helpful in terms of thinking about health and environment information. And then in relation to real-time data, we do have experience of air quality data and real-time monitoring. It's pretty intensive, and you have to be very clear about why you need this information and what you're going to do with it and how you're going to use the data, because it's an intensive activity to do that, expensive. I mean, Dom's referred to resources, this is part of the reason. Obviously, I can't specify what we should be monitoring for, because we don't even know yet. Dom mentioned, the relationship maybe between hospitals and wastewater treatment plants and the environment, and I think those sorts of linkages are where we'd look to the other agencies to help advise us on where we should be going. So I think just to sort of reiterate, for One Health, environment is at first base. Right, where monitoring is carried out, it's mostly carried out by research teams and not regulators. We don't know what to measure, we don't know which genes are relevant to measure in the environment or at different locations. But what COVID's wastewater monitoring did was to remind us of the role that wastewater monitoring can play in public health. And I think we can build on that recent experience to sort of remind people that we can pick something up here. But first, we need a monitoring system in place in the countries. It can build on existing chemical and biological monitoring in water, but currently there's minimal experience of AMR among environmental regulators. Support from other agencies experienced in AMR monitoring, both at European and national level, could help us build up skills development among the environment community. So thanks very much.
Thank you. And to end with this first round, Barbara, can you suggest determinants to be included, please?
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to explain what the agency will contribute to integrated surveillance at the EU level. And we talked a little bit about it yesterday. So Regulation 2019-6 sets out the framework for what we're doing, and it mandates the collection of data on use of antimicrobials in animals by species, which will be implemented in a stepwise approach. But it also greatly expands the data collection of sales for antimicrobials from what we currently have in the SVAC system. So in SVAC, which has been a voluntary system and established very successfully since 2009, member countries looked at sales of antibiotics specifically. We're now expanding to include other antimicrobials, and that requires a lot of activity in the member states to prepare the systems for that. At the agency, the legislation also mandated that we set up IT support systems that facilitate the reporting. We went about it together on the advice of member states experts, that we will focus on single point of data entry as much as possible. So the reporting of both sales and use data will be tied to the information on veterinary medicines that is entered by the member states in the Union Product Database, another IT tool that was mandated by Regulation 2019-6. And so we have the information on the products in there, and member states only need to say these products, these packages were sold, and these are the quantities, and with that we can then calculate the amounts of antimicrobials used or sold for use in animals. And once we have those amounts, the next big part of our contribution comes in, and that's in the analysis of the data. We also briefly mentioned the guideline that CVMP adopted earlier this month. And this is really critical because it addresses another charge of the regulation, which is aligned with international analysis of consumption of antimicrobials in animals as much as possible. So the established measure of the PCU that the people familiar with the system will know from the SFAC reports has been adapted to the way the World Organization for Animal Health counts antimicrobial usage. But because we're also collecting use data, these need to be analyzed in a different way. And I hope along the way we will address the one critical item that Dom highlighted in his intervention, that we end up comparing apples with apples. We do have these JIACRA reports, which are an attempt at integrated analysis, at least of consumption and resistance in people and consumption and resistance in animals. So the environment is lacking for the time being. But we're comparing apples and oranges at the moment. And with the system we're putting in place now, I hope we will end up comparing apples and apples. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. I think we can get some conclusions from this first round. First, we all assume that an overall One Health surveillance system is useful to collect data, to generate information and evidence, and this information to inform policies and further actions. So it's something desirable. But the different existing surveillance systems have very different starting points. So every area is struggling to improve or to achieve their own goals. And I come back to Dominique again, because Dominique, you have mentioned that it's needed resources, the need to count on real-time surveillance. Do you think that the regulation, the European Health Data Space regulation that is now in the last stages of discussions in the EU Council, could help to collect data, to perform in real-time surveillance once we have all the health systems in Europe interconnected and we can access to real-time data? How do you envisage this possibility?
Well, possibly, but what is happening is that the European health data space is more a repository of existing data. So we will need to upload our surveillance data in the European health data space, and this may facilitate, when it's functional, the way we look at the data will need to adapt in our ways at looking at data and relationship. But I see more the European Health Data Space as a tool that would help us answer pending research questions, and we may be able to answer these questions faster. I'm thinking, for example, a question that we have at ECDC right now. Why did antimicrobial consumption in humans increase back in 2022 in most EU member states after a decrease during the 2 years of the acute COVID-19 pandemic? And this happened in most EU member states. At present, we do not know. Is it because we went back to a normal life with our previous knowledge and beliefs about when and how antibiotics should be used? That's a possibility. We're just back to normal. Or is it because there was an increase in certain infections in humans? And I'm thinking about group A strep tonsillitis. And we know that there have been outbreaks, documented outbreaks in some member states. There have been an increase in macrolides recently. So why that? Is it because of the shortages in penicillins in some member states last winter? And when I say there has been an increase, that was in 2022, not 2023. We do not yet have the data for 2023. So to address all these questions, we would need to link databases, and in particular, we would need to have information about indications for antibiotic prescriptions in 2022 and now in 2023. And that could provide some answers. So rather than the European Health Data Space, I'm thinking about the Darwin EU project at EMA. And we at ECDC, we know we have all these unanswered questions, and we'd be happy to discuss with EMA and the Darwin EU project to find out how these questions could be addressed and if we could get some answers. And I believe that by linking the databases once they are in the European Health Data Space or right now in the Darwin EU project, we may actually move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominique. It really seems promising, the possibilities of this data space. Let's see how it moves forward. Ernesto, you have given us your first insight of the difficulties of collecting data in your agency, because you have different sources, different types of data, different domains. But how would you integrate this data or a set of data in an integrated surveillance system? Do you think you should have to choose some source of data, or how do you envisage that?
Okay. Yes, for a number of years, I think we consolidated very well the way we get data from food production animals, for example, and food of animal origin. So over the space of 10 years, we harmonized pretty much everything, the sampling schemes, the methodologies, the interpretation of the results, the reporting to EFSA. So that has given a very solid base for comparing, for example, how national action plans do work or not in different countries, etc., etc. But we realized that we were missing part of the picture here, and that part of the picture was the food production environment. We know very little about influx and efflux from farms, for example. So a few years back, we decided to self-task ourselves. This is a mechanism we have to ask a question to one of our scientific panels. And we did a thorough mapping of sources and transmission routes through the food production environment. And that gave us a lot of insights on the main data gaps, the things that we needed really to understand better in order to decide whether to start any surveillance activities there or not. And one of the topics that ranked top was water. And since then, we have started, it's very early days, we're only starting with all of this, a number of initiatives to yield a bit of, put some light in this darkness. And for example, we will be starting very soon a large project on the role of water in the transmission of AMR, and that is water used for irrigation in the primary production of fresh fruits and vegetables, but also in water used during food processing. So this will be a 3-year project with a large consortia of European partners taking a role there. We have also been mandated very recently, again talking about the environment, from the European Commission to look at aquaculture animals. It's another pocket where we have not a lot of across Europe information. So we will be now telling the colleagues in Santé what bacteria, what methods, what antimicrobials to use in a future baseline survey, with the hope that in a couple of years the Commission will start this, and then we will have comparable data from all the member states on this sector, which is also missing. I think Caroline mentioned also their efforts on starting some kind of pilot program on the monitoring of waters, surface waters and water treatment plants, and we are helping there as much as we can, also giving them information on what things could be perhaps adopted or modified, so that in turn we would be able to compare these types of data once they start generating it. And last but not least, we have been also active in the field of plant pathogens. We are very much aware that resistance in plant pathogens are also an important problem. And luckily in Europe, the use of antimicrobials to treat plant diseases is not allowed. It's not very high. It's really, in fact, forbidden, only allowed under emergency situations, but that is not the same all over the globe. And we commissioned a large, extensive literature review on this matter. The project will yield a report in the next week or so. And one of the areas that was talked about in the previous round the table was the use of fungicides and what happens also, for example, in the development of resistance on fungi pathogens. In this case, we are, for the first time ever, the 5 agencies. So this is the 4 agencies that you have today here, plus Joint Research Center. We got quite a comprehensive set of questions to deliver some answers by July next year on the link between the use of azoles, not only as plant protection agents, so as pesticides, but also they are used for many other purposes. They can be medicines for humans, medicines for animals. They can be wood preservatives. They can be used in different chemical formulations. So altogether, we are trying to understand all this exposure to azoles in the environment, how that does have a link or not into the development of clinical resistance, in this case in Aspergillus, and giving also some hints about the risky practices, the hotspots, what could be done about it, what type of information also companies, pharmaceutical companies and chemical companies should have in their dossiers when they submit them to the agencies for approval. So a lot of interest also in this area of around plant protection, let's say. So these are all the efforts and these are all the challenges. I think once we have all this info, we will be able to say whether it makes sense or not to expand the current monitoring that we have also to some of these pockets that right now, in many cases, are only in the scope of research projects, unfortunately. But that's where we are.
Thank you. And it's not a small thing. I think you are doing great projects, and I find it very interesting. Fungi have been almost forgotten the 2 journeys, the 2 days. I'm very happy to listen that you are working on the exposure of azoles, responding to the previous question in the previous panel. Very interesting. Caroline, you must know that all of us are following with a great interest the discussions of the directive of wastewaters. To our knowledge, it's the first time that AMR is going to be included in the surveillance of waters and responsibility of the manufacturer and authorization holders of medicines on the treatment of these micropollutants. So I think this directive is of great interest for regulators. How do you think that the approval of this directive can change the way you are operating? You said before that you are an agency more based on information, but I guess you are going to become a very operational agency. How do you think that you can perform this kind of surveillance and contribute to the other agencies which will have some kind of responsibility with the industry or with use of medicines?
Yeah, well, I think we went through the reporting to for the urban wastewater treatment directive. We're already countries already report to us. So our job around this is to ensure that the data collection at European level is comparable and it's delivered and it's in a usable form for others. So I think that for us, we're going to expand the data flow. It's not. We work, with the Commission in terms of what should be required. But there's also a role for the JRC, not here today, the Joint Research Centre, in terms of identifying the substances. So for us, this is an exciting development, but it's broadening. We will get resources, and that will hopefully be able to use the data more productively with others as part of the agency. But that's part of our core business, I would say, just to carry on doing that work.
Okay, so we reached the last question to our last speaker, Barbara. EMA has been working hard with national agencies in improving the collecting data system of sales of veterinary antibiotics. Now you are moving to a more comprehensive system that includes the use of these medicines. Do you have a plan to combine this source of data into an integrated surveillance system at EU level?
Thank you very much for that question. I think Dom and Anessa already mentioned what we currently have. It is the JIACRA reports, which currently combine the data that are held in the different agencies in an integrated analysis. And EMA is very interested in moving this forward. And I hope that on the basis of the new data that we're collecting, we will have the possibility for more detailed analysis. And one of the options we're currently discussing, but haven't progressed yet, is the potential to have EMA EFSA reports on consumption of antimicrobials in animals and resistance in animals. The JIACRA reports, the joint integrated analysis that we currently have a 3-year cycle for a specific reason, and that also lies in the cycle in which the resistance data in E. coli are collected, and Anessa can tell you more about that than I can. So for those big reports, a 3-year cycle at the moment is the cycle where you get relevant new information. But we can slice and dice the data in different ways, and I hope we can provide that in a more frequent basis so that policymakers really have important information at their hands. But this is currently all under discussion. We don't even have the first data set yet, so we don't know what we can do with it. Give it a year or two, and then I can tell you more. But I can certainly say that the agency doesn't collect the data for the collection of data's sake. There is a purpose behind it, and the purpose behind it is you need to have reliable and comparable information to drive policy. So sitting on the data isn't doing anyone any good, and therefore we will be collaborating as much as possible for integrated analysis, and I will definitely put Dom in contact with the person who's responsible for the project on the prescription data, because I can see how this will be really beneficial collaboration. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. We all share the same view. Data have to be collected for something. So time to open the floor to the audience. Would you like to make some questions? Please raise your hands, introduce yourselves. Yes?
Thank you very much. I'm Lucia Pokludová from Czech Republic, and I'm representing veterinary side, Veterinary Medicinal Agency. But at the same time, I'm a teacher at the university. So maybe my question is something transferring also from students' question in my, let's say, country. I'm also involved or was involved in Years Vet. It was the platform which tried to collect the data on AMR from diseased animals. And here I'm back to the question of my students. When I'm speaking about integrated surveillance, so they are asking me, okay, we've read JACRA, we've read the data from ESWAC, we've read nice data from ECDC, but we are still missing data on diseased animals, especially students from veterinary faculties. So my question is, do we try to, let's say, involve as well Years Vet or promote this project further, and do we integrate this data from diseased animals to the global analysis and projects? And also, because I think it's not only important from the perspective of having integrated surveillance, but also giving the veterinarians in real practice data how to prescribe and where resistance go, where there are differences about AMR in food-producing animals indicators and target pathogens. Thank you very much.
Who wants to take the questions? I guess Ernesto.
Thank you, Lucy, for a very relevant question. And I will give you my honest answer. I perhaps should bite my tongue, but I will not. You're totally right. There is a part of the cake which is missing. There was a lot of work done by EFSA over the space of 3 years in doing a huge literature search on the main combinations of vet pathogens and resistance. And out of that, we were asked also by the European Commission to apply the criteria and principles of the animal health law to those combinations, treating them as diseases when these are not diseases. These are resistance of bacterial infections in animals. And the outcome of that, unfortunately, because the criteria were not geared towards the aim, was uncertain, meaning that the first step that one should, let's say, cover in order to do surveillance in the EU for an animal disease is to be listed. If the outcome of those criteria applied to those species was not to be listed, there is no surveillance planned. So basically, this is all on hold because of the wrong instrument being put, let's say, and that is, again, the perception that I have. In the Council recommendations, if you read them carefully, there is a sentence added also that these should be re-evaluated in the presence of new data. But perhaps what is needed is to be re-evaluated using the right criteria. Because what is happening is that in different member states, there are programs for surveillance in vet pathogens, but there is nothing at harmonized level in Europe. Therefore, you cannot put those data together to compare across, to incorporate them in JACRA or anything like that. But I guess the action there is in the hands of our risk managers, and we would be very happy to contribute to also this domain when the question comes to our agency. That's where we are.
Thank you. Professor Bruno Sor, please.
Hello, Bruno González from the Complutense University in Madrid, Bruno. So Maria, thank you very much for organizing this excellent meeting, not only to you, but also to your team. Thanks a lot. So Dominic said it in the very beginning, there's a question about methodology. So we have the good old known capturing the bacteria, phenotypic analysis, and so on. But the more we go into water and also into different ecosystems, we see that bacteria it's not only the flux of bacteria that we may have to have a look at, but also bacteria from an animal can make it to the human, and then this bacterium cannot colonize a human, but then the genetic material of this bacterium makes it into a human bacterium, and then it colonizes the human. So to what extent are we mature enough to go into genomic or genetic metagenomic surveillance? Because there's maybe something that we need. In water, it is especially of interest. We have done a work in wastewater in Ghana, and the wastewater of the hospitals does not have many enterobacteria. The enterobacteria are not very happy in the wastewater. But the antibiotic resistance genes and plasmids, they are residing in environmental bacteria. So maybe we will need, or we will be forced to make genomic surveillance in water. But on the other hand, we need something harmonized. So to what extent are we mature, or should we now finally start with genomics, metagenomics to do really surveillance? Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice question, because yeah, it's a main question of the table. Which kind of determinants should be included in surveillance system? Pathogens, genetic information, genomic information. So who wants to take the question? Dominique, maybe you?
Yes, I'm happy to start replying to this question. We at the CDC are adapting to these new methods. We have a new network called EuroGenNet, but the reference laboratory that deal with this in human medicine are not ready in all member states. So we had to work with building capacity. The European Commission, via ADEA, providing money, funding, seeding money for the member states to build capacity for whole genome sequencing and for analysis. And at the CDC, we've been able to analyze the spread of genes. And I'm thinking, so you're talking resistant determinants. We're in 2023. What we're interested in is carbapenemase genes. First, I would put this first because these really represent a risk for human health. And we identify outbreaks. We don't know what's the link to the environment, but we know the link between patients being transferred, between countries, between hospitals in different countries. So we're moving towards this. The next step will most probably be the integration of this new network, EuroGenNet, with EARSnet, our network that is based on data from clinical microbiology laboratories in the regions, as opposed to national reference laboratories. And then we may have an issue because these methods are not being used in every single clinical microbiology laboratory in EU member states. But we're on our way to something. We're aware of the issue, and hopefully at some point when we define the list of those genes that should be looked at in surveillance systems and the one we run for humans, we should be ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominique. We are running out of time. Well, I would say we are over time, so we have to stop here. Thank you very much, the speakers, for your presentation here and online. I think that you have shed light in an interesting and new topic that we are going to deal afterwards and for a long time. Thank you for your contributions, and thank you for the audience for your participation. I ask a big applause for the speakers.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you to all the speakers. And now, la mesa final de hoy es coordinación intersectorial entre regiones. Mejorar las sinergias para enfrentar la RAM, como diría la directora Domènech, o intersectorial coordination across regions, improve synergies to face AMR.
How's he say in English now?
This is a large round table, you'll see. So beware. Our first speaker, Pilar Ramón Pardo. She's head of special AMR program at the Pan American Health Organization, the World Health Organization Regional Office for the Americas. She joined the HIV/AIDS program at the PAHO in 2002, serving later in the WHO Country Office of Cambodia as a TB technical officer. She rejoined the PAHO in 2008, assuming the role of advisor on communicable diseases. Since 2016, Dr. Ramón Pardo is responsible for the planning, programming, and implementation of regional strategies to support Latin American and Caribbean countries in carrying out the scaling up national responses to antimicrobial resistance. Welcome. Next speaker, Dr. Christine Ardal. She's a co-chair of the EU Joint Action on AMR and Healthcare-Associated Infections. She's a senior scientist at the Norwegian Institute of Public Health, researching the policy aspect of antimicrobial access and innovation. She's also co-lead on the forthcoming Access Work Package for the second European Union's Joint Action on Antimicrobial Resistance and Healthcare-Associated Infections, as well as the co-lead for the previous Joint Actions Access and Innovation Work Package. She'll be joining us shortly. We're miking up people, but please an applause. I'll go on, with your permission. Next speaker, Dr. Daniel Beltrán Alcrudo. He's a technical advisor on animal health at the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia in Budapest, where he coordinates the implementation of regional projects to provide technical support to countries in Europe and Central Asia in the implementation of their AMR national action plans. An applause. Welcome. The moderator for this table will be Danilo Lofo Wong, European Regional Advisor Control of AMR. For more than 15 years, he worked in the area of food safety and zoonosis, including antimicrobial resistance, performing research, integrated surveillance, risk assessment, source attribution, outbreak detection and response, as well as providing training and lecturing. In 2007, he took a position at the World Health Organization headquarters as the coordinator of the WHO's Global Foodborne Infections Network, and in 2011 he transferred to WHO Regional Office for Europe as Program Manager on antimicrobial resistance. And lastly, Javier Yugueros Marcos. He's head of department on antimicrobial resistant and veterinary products at the World Organization for Animal Health, where he leads an international team accountable for the enhanced quality of veterinary medical products and the coordination of actions supporting a responsible use of antimicrobials worldwide. Welcome. And then finally, online, Barbara Mentre will be joining us. She has been working for the European Commission for 20 years as a legal expert on a range of public health issues. And for the past year, she has been working on the AMR insurance coordination with the Commission. Again, sorry. Danilo, all yours.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. It's my pleasure and honor to moderate this session for a group of esteemed experts and colleagues. I think most of us have been working together for a long, long time, so I'm very pleased. Well, it pleases me to be on the same stage and also online. Barbara, thank you very much for joining. So, final session of, I think, 2 very successful days. We had some very good discussions. And I'm also very, very happy that the Spanish EU presidency chose to bring the torch on AMR from one presidency to another, because just because we're not talking about it doesn't mean it goes away. So it's really important that we keep this in the limelight and high on the agenda. So today we're going to talk about the intersectoral coordination, which we have been talking a little bit about during the past 2 days, and also interregional collaboration, because of course, we only have one Earth to share. And actually, I remember when at one point we called One Health, One World, One Health. It was a bit too long, so now it's just back to One Health. I think in the introduction before, you may have picked up that I'm a veterinary epidemiologist by training. I've been working a lot in foodborne zoonoses and outbreak detection and response. So I've been used to working between sectors pretty much for the most of my career, which is also why I know many of the colleagues here. Of course, my colleague Jean-Pierre, I don't see who he is right now, he briefly introduced the global quadripartite. We have a similar system at the regional level, which we call our One Health coordination mechanism, which consists of both an executive level, where we have the regional heads of the 4 international organizations, and we have it's sort of a technical level where I and Daniel and others are sitting in. What we're trying to do is trying to get an overview of all the things that are going on, which is plenty, and also trying to coordinate a little bit, because the problem with so much attention in One Health right now is that there's a danger for duplication of efforts. So we are, as regional international organizations, trying to coordinate that. There's also, it's no secret that a lot of our inspiration comes from EU countries and EU member states that have been, basically have a head start of working on this of somewhere between 10 and 15 years. One last thing I think that also been mentioned both yesterday and today is that we have developed an AMR roadmap, which will hopefully be adopted next week during the regional committee in Kazakhstan. I was just talking about the quadripartite, and there's a lot of things that we can and should be doing together, but of course we still also have our own mandate and there's things we need to do. This is what the AMR roadmap is about. It's a human health roadmap, but through a One Health lens. And it's also the regional interpretation of the Global Action Plan, which was also mentioned before, from 2015. A lot of things have happened since 2015, so we've upgraded it and expanded it to include environment, to include social determinants, have a patient and people-centered view, etc. So hopefully you will come across it, and hopefully you will be doing your part to help us implement the regional roadmap. Now, without further ado, I think I've spoken enough. I have a number of questions for you, and I will start with you, Christine. Of course, you have a long history, both in Norway and international, and here you are more or less representing the EU GEMRI Part 2. So I think the first one was very successful, and I think most of us are wearing the logo, which was an extremely simple but effective output of that whole work. And I'm looking forward to seeing the next EU GEMRI being even more successful with more countries. So my question to you is as follows: that Christine, you've been focusing on stimulating innovation and improving access to antimicrobials, both at the national and international level. So how can these efforts improve innovation and access to promote intersectoral efforts in antimicrobial resistance?
Thanks, Danilo. That's excellent. And I think the kudos for the symbol go to the Spanish team from GEMRI who made a huge effort. And so as the Director General Amado said earlier, we're very fortunate that a new GEMRI was going to be kicking off next year with 50 million euros, very generous support from the European Commission. 30 countries involved, so all of your countries, if you're a European country, that's the 27 EU countries, plus Norway, Ukraine, and Iceland. So we're very excited about that. We're going to be focusing on all of the topics that we've heard today. We're going to talk about stewardship, surveillance, infection prevention and control, and access. Spain is taking a huge leadership role in the new GEMRI, so we're super excited about that. And I have the pleasure of working on the access bit. So I'll be partnering with Sweden. In Norway, we'll be partnering with Sweden to look at that and to how to specifically strengthen access to important products like antibiotics, diagnostics, or vaccines. And it's One Health, so it's both veterinary and human side. But this is what's coming. So I want to talk about an intervention that I'd really like to share with you because I'm so excited about it. So, and really has a nice multi-sectoral focus. So Norway, tiny country, right? 5 million people. We had a problem that we were losing access to antibiotics. And so our hospital sector, we have a national procurement agency for hospitals, said, you know what, we lost access to ampicillin, old antibiotic, approved in 1961. Really important antibiotic for us, though. So how can we improve access to ensure that we gain access to these antibiotics?
And so what we did is we said, you know what, price is not the tender criteria that really matters for us. Price is not the most important. Surety of supply, that is probably the most important. But what else in the future is important for us? And it's the environment. So what Norway did is we set out new tendering criteria where environmental factors got 30% of the tendering weight, surety supply got another 25%, and then some other criteria. So price only got 25%. And what we said is, if you can show us that you're working to improve your impact on the environment, because we know that production wastewater for generic antibiotics can be a problem. If you can show us that you're working towards that, you'll get a higher weight on the tender. And this is great because obviously we couldn't say, okay, you have to follow these strict criteria, because then we wouldn't get any ampicillin, right? Because no one could fulfill the criteria. But it worked out well because it gave a message to companies that environment is important, and your influence on the environment and your wastewater has an impact on local resistance. And so they were able to feed this up to their management and say, this is a trend. And we were very happy that now we've got our Nordic partners, our colleagues in Denmark and Iceland on board. So we're still small. We're only 11 million people now. It's still a small group. But showing that you can improve your access to antibiotics at the same time that you're improving the impact on the environment. And there's also a third win, because for this next tender that's coming out at the beginning of next year, if you will share the location of your API production, then you get higher points. And that means that we have information to know if we are dependent upon one geographic location or one company to produce the API. So we're hoping that that will amount in a win-win-win.
Excellent. Thank you very much for sharing that example. And I hope it can be sort of expanded throughout the region or even globally. It was also interesting that you mentioned the scoring and the criteria for tendering, because this is something also we've been starting to talk about is how to work through investors to make change in multinational organizations that are, or companies that are not accountable to a single government, right? But they listen to their stakeholders, they listen to their investors. So that's another group that we could ally with to install these values, and of which, you know, pressure on the environment is a very big one. Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll get some questions later, but moving on to the rest of the panel. Daniel, the next question is for you, representing my regional counterpart in FAO. The FAO is actually, it's an agency that covers many different disciplines within AMR, and of course also beyond, and also the way that you are structured, you have different groups within FAO. So how do you ensure sort of internal intersectoral collaboration, and also how do you help countries with you know, setting a good example, if you will?
Thanks, Danilo. Well, first, maybe thank the organizers for the opportunity to be here and talk a bit more about what FAO is doing specifically on antimicrobial resistance and antimicrobial use. But as you said, yes, indeed, FAO is the Food and Agriculture Organization is like probably one of the most One Health agencies that exist. I mean, we have really covering like most of the topics relevant to antimicrobial resistance and to One Health in general. So we have on the one side animal production and animal health. We have also like plant health and plant protection. We have food safety. We have fisheries and aquaculture. We have related to environmental management, feed as well. All these with like legal component for development and so on. So we have everything hosted in the same building. But of course, the challenge is like what we always hear about breaking silos and so on. So we are there, sometimes not more than a couple of corridors away, but it was not easy to start like working more closely together. So of course, this type of collaboration have happened for a long time, but it was more like at a punctual for a specific thing, for a specific problem. And it was actually through antimicrobial resistance that it became established as a more formal mechanism. So maybe the best first example was the development of the FAO National Action Plan for Antimicrobial Resistance that brought in together all these internal groups, departments, and so on to put together their views to come up with this national action plan that's aimed to be our roadmap to focus global efforts into the fixing antimicrobial resistance in food and agriculture. So that's maybe the best example. Of course, to get this done and for any other coordination, we established like an antimicrobial working group, antimicrobial resistance working group that brings in people from all these different groups within headquarters, but also from the region. So we meet actually every Thursday, and that's a chance to, be aware of what's going on in headquarters, in the regions, and also in other regions. And particularly this possibility to hear about what's going on in other regions, it's been really useful as a cross-pollination. So there's a number of ideas that have been first developed in one specific region and then has been adapted and uptaken in some others, particularly in terms of trainings, in terms of, for example, guidelines that have been like adapted and implemented and translated into other regions. But also, for example, in the case of antimicrobial use surveys, to better understand the use of antimicrobials in the livestock sector. That's something where there's been a lot of back and forward between different regions to make sure that we come up with something more or less standardized. We also do some of this coordination through our network of AMR reference centers. So there is like over 10 of them located in different regions, and they often work not just in the region where they're based, but also beyond. So that's also a way where we can make sure that there is some coordination there. And then, of course, probably the most important coordination is what we try to do at country level. So within our projects, we always that deal with AMR, we always make sure that we establish or work with already existing multi-stakeholder groups that bring in the different sectors, official, but also like producers, like farmers and so on. And mostly in guide them and provide technical advice on the development of the national action plans. And of course, whenever it comes to activities that we apply in the countries, mostly focusing on the livestock sector, whenever relevant, we try to make sure that we bring in colleagues from the public health and farmers and so on. And in terms of other activities, like that we bring together different groups, I could particularly stress maybe in terms of trainings. Trainings for laboratories, for example, where it's something that the human side is often, if not always, more advanced. So we make sure that we bring the two groups together and bridge this gap, because often, like the technical solutions for the country are not elsewhere, but actually within their own country in their public health laboratory. And of course, we also coordinate in terms of the World Antimicrobial Awareness Week and like some other awareness events where we bring together others, also together with the quadripartite, of course. And in terms of specific coordination across regions, we are trying also to establish sub-regional networks that bring in countries that share common problematics together so that they can share their experience, learn from each other what worked, what didn't work. And we actually have recently established two such networks. One is for laboratories working in Central Asia, Eastern Europe, working on antimicrobial resistance in food and agriculture. And we are also soon organizing a meeting to guide our work a bit in the Balkans. So all these activities, of course, are happening in coordination also with external partners, the reference centers that I mentioned, but also with the partners of the quadripartite.
Excellent, thank you very much. And I can see lots and lots of similarities also with the way that we are structured internally, also with the working group, and the development of the roadmap has also been a cross-technical program exercise. Because well, humans are humans. We are housed in a very nice building. It's a star-shaped building, 5 stories high. And if you don't go to another corridor, you don't see each other. So you actually have to have a point to come together, some reason. And of course, when you start doing that, it becomes more of a second nature. So very important. Also important when you go to countries that you that you coordinate internally? Because, in the past also for us, you have colleagues coming in 2 weeks later on a very similar topic, and that's it's a waste of energy, resources, and a source of confusion for countries. So thank you very much for sharing that the way that you organized. Barbara, I'd like to turn to you online. As I mentioned before, EU countries have a bit of a head start when compared to the rest of the region, and really, basically in 2011 is when we started trying to bridge that gap. But in terms of EU and promoting collaboration across the EU and between sectors, could you give some examples on how you have been tackling that and are tackling that?
Yeah, thanks a lot, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here today with you. Indeed, antimicrobial resistance, as you say, has been very high on the EU agenda for more than 20 years. And over the past year, the EU has put forward a number of initiatives covering human, animal, environmental health. And I would really mention as a flagship the 2017 EU One Health Action Plan against EMR, where we start to have this EU action driven by the Commission. At the same time, the Union and the Member States have different level of competence across the One Health approach. And the Member States are affected differently by EMR. Some countries facing more challenges than others in tackling EMR and also in applying One Health approach. So given the complexity of EMR and the fact that it is well recognized that we have to address it through the One Health approach, we have to ensure cooperation and coordination at EU level on EMR policies in order to ensure that we have a coherent, effective, and efficient way of making progress in the Union. And we're also contributing to the global effort to that end. We have found a way to ensure cooperation between the Member States and the Commission through the new Council recommendation that was just adopted in June, because the fact that the recommendation was adopted in a record time last June, in almost just a bit more than a month, reflects the strong commitment of EU member states to fight antimicrobial resistance. And this recommendation is now at the center of our renewed EU action to tackle EMR. The recommendation set out areas where member states can act in a coherent and coordinated manner, while fully respecting the competence in the field of public health, where it's a bit different than for other aspects that animal health and environment. And maybe I can mention as one, we think, very important example is in the Council recommendation as showing this coordination and showing these differences between the member states. It's the target that has been recommended, because this target is an additional step for us to drive action at EU level and achieve common goal. And that's why we have EU target, but also we have then national target, because the effort that the member states have to do are different. And we should also ensure that we don't compromise patient health and safety. So this double aspect of having EU level and national level show really the fact that we are all working together, but taking into consideration the different level at national level. We are also encouraging the member state and the Commission to cooperate all together, also with the relevant Union agency and with EMR stakeholders. So, as it was also mentioned in previous panel, the member states are encouraged to exchange best practices, for example, on the measure to ensure adherence of healthcare professionals to prudent use, where we will develop guidelines to raise awareness, to share national action plan, which was also mentioned as a very important key element in these different works, and on which we can learn from each other. We are also organizing regular working group meetings with member states, as such as a standing committee on plants, animal, food and feeds. We are ensuring cooperation in different sectors. We can also, I think, mention the fact, and it was also mentioned before, that promote the Council recommendation, promote the cross-sector cooperation by promoting the fact that we need to have awareness, education and training in cross-sectoral competencies on EMR. That's also very important. So it's not only between member states, but also cross-sectorial aspect. We think that an example of such successful cooperation between the sectors and the stakeholders is the work of the EMR One Health Network, which consists of government experts from the human health, the animal health, and the environmental sectors, with the relevant scientific agencies, so that you have today EFSA, ECDC, EMA, EA, but also ECHA, which is a chemical agency. So we really have the whole One Health approach, also all different stakeholders, and that's a novelty now when we have recognized more the EMA One Health network, that now we also have stakeholders part of it, and also having all the Commission services involved in those discussions. This network and the coordination and the dialogue between the human health, the veterinary, the environmental sector in the EU institution, with the member state, with the stakeholders, all together to combat antimicrobial resistance. So that's why we think this network is a very good illustration of the work which can be done in order to ensure this cross-sectoral and cross-member state cooperation. We can then learn, work together, ensure the mutual learning. The aim is also to share ideas, to have some consensus, to compare the progress which are done, and like this, to accelerate the national effort to tackle EMR. So we think really this network is key to promote the collaboration across the EU and between the sector in a One Health approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara. And again, the European Commission and its technical agencies continue to provide inspiration and also hopefully motivation for not only the rest of the European region, but also at the global level. And I also need to congratulate you and everybody involved on the adoption of the Council recommendations, which really are providing that push that I think we're lacking. I think that the fact that there now are targets, where just a few years ago nobody wanted to discuss targets. And also to understand that these targets are both at the region level, but also country-specific, acknowledging that countries are at different levels of maturity of their AMR response, and also have differences in priorities and resources. So I think there's a lot of inspiration to be held there. Thank you very much. I will get back to you a little bit later, but now I'd like to turn to my regional counterpart, Pilar, from the Americas. Again, worked together across the Atlantic for many, many years. Yes. And I just mentioned a little bit the setup of the One Health coordination mechanism, or basically the regional quadripartite. But could you maybe explain a little bit how that works in the Americas, specifically for Latin America and the Caribbean?
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Danilo. Yes, indeed, a very long time working together. You don't need to tell the years that we are working together. But first of all, I would like to thank very much to the Spanish EU presidency for inviting the Pan American Health Organization to this meeting, especially to la Agencia Española del Medicamento y Productos Sanitarios. Es realmente un placer estar acá con ustedes. So that's when I understand that the meeting is focused specifically on the European Union and the European countries, but we are really appreciative of the opportunity to share the experience, to share challenges, achievements, and as well learn from each other. So it's a pleasure. And in that sense, I would like to recognize the presence of my colleagues from Latin America, the IME network, that they are here in this meeting as well. And I invite them as well to participate, to share their achievement, challenge, and experience. So going back to the question about how we work in the region, about the quadripartite, I think that it's important to mention that the quadripartite is a baby. So it started 1.5 years ago, more or less. So I mentioned that because we started collaborating as tripartite many years ago. So it's a long-standing collaboration. And the key was the communication. And I have to give the credit to the former OIE, the current WOA, in coordinating this kind of communication, monthly meetings that we have first in the tripartite, now in the quadripartite. And we discuss among ourselves the different projects, the different priorities, and we discuss a lot about the specific activities in the countries. So we are really, the focus is about the countries. What is happening in Bolivia, what is happening in Honduras, how is this project going in the multi-partner trust fund in Peru. So the focus is a very practical discussion of what is going on at the country level. And of course, in the Americas, there are additional organizations that are working under One Health approach, and that's when they are invited to this discussion. The acronyms are OIRSA or ICA. They are part of the Organization of American States, and they are part of this discussion. So we call ourselves like quadripartite plus. So we are more in the discussion. So this is one very practical mechanism for discussion and to get concrete actions. And as well, I have to mention two additional forums or opportunities that we have in Americas. Well, there is one PAHO, Pan American Health Organization resolution on One Health that was in 2021, and antimicrobial resistance was included in one of the points of the resolution. So this is important because all the ministries of health in the Americas, they endorse the resolution and they're trying to apply that. And the other important mechanism is the RIMSA. RIMSA is the ministerial high-level meeting between agriculture and health in the region. It's organized by PANAFTOSA, which is a veterinarian center of PAHO in Rio de Janeiro, and there's opportunity as well to discuss at the high level what are the problems, the issues. Antimicrobial resistance is in the agenda. But the issue is how to translate this kind of political discussion, commitments, agreement to the countries, to the real world. And in this specific point, I believe that the European Union project has been funded project, it has been instrumental to implement this kind of collaboration and integrating the action at the country level. So we are really thankful to the European Commission for this project. It's 7 countries in South America, and one of the biggest components was to strengthen national action plans in the participant countries. And the idea was to have a specific allocated budget for each country, but each country can use the budget identifying their own priorities and their own work plan. And this, and of course, in order to do that, they have to sit together in the same tables, or the national AMR commissions. And they have to do it regularly because they don't come finish in one session. So they have to meet together and they have to discuss. And in all of these countries, it's very relevant that environment was included. It was not initially in participating in discussion, and environment, the Ministry of Environment was included in the discussion. The work plan after is, of course, is in the tripartite, so it's provided to FAO and OMSA for comment discussion as well to PAHO, and then for a final approval by the European Commission, and then is the implementation. So this is the way that we try to coordinate from the political to the technical and implementation level. Of course, there are many challenges, but maybe we can discuss later on.
Maybe. Thank you very much. And again, I think there's a lot of inspiration to be held there as well, that you make sure that it's a well-rounded, comprehensive approach, not
Absolutely.
only at the technical level or only at the political level, but you actually make sure that you have everybody on board for moving ahead. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
And you were giving a lot of credit to the World Organization of Animal Health, which is represented by Javier here. Thank you very much also for being on the panel. The previous session was very much focused on data and evidence generation, surveillance, and I think this is also one of the main activities of WOA. And there was, I guess, a little bit of a milestone around 2016 when you really started focusing more on that. Could you maybe share some experiences on what happened since in terms of development, and how are you also helping countries with their surveillance systems?
Okay, thank you very much. And one of the things that we have learned since 2016 is that what we read in the social science literature is true. And I'm going to ask you a question. There is a classical business study in evaluating the interactions between humans in the offices. And they were looking at which is the minimum distance from which, beyond that, the human interaction dramatically stops. Do you have an idea of which could be this distance? is 15 meters. 15 meters. So someone beyond 15 meters, no matter if he is at 8,000 kilometers or just beside you, you will not interact with him in the same way as you are interacting within the people that you have within 15 meters. So I'm asking all of you all the question. We are talking about cross-sectorial collaboration. How many of you are, all the sectors are within these 15 meters? No one. So there is something, there is this social barrier that we have to overcome, and this is one of the things that we learn. And then let me come to the surveillance on antimicrobial resistance, which is more the topic. But we started in 2016, it's true, and we started only with 41 members, which had surveillance systems to monitor the antimicrobial use in animals. After 7-8 years, today we have 122 countries reporting quantitative data on the antimicrobial use. At the beginning, you see that these 41 countries were mainly European countries, and it's important to see this European Union was leading and leading by example, and now we have 3 more times, and which represents 2/3 of our total members for the organization. This is enabling us to have a global picture of how antimicrobials are used in animals, and this is, since 2016, we already have some trends, and we see that the trend is going down in terms of antimicrobial use in animals. There is still a lot of work to do, especially on the use of antimicrobials critically important for humans, which are still used by 12% of our members as growth promoters. We know that, and we have to tackle that. And I wanted to thank not only the organizers for inviting us, but also all the members who are providing this data, because it's courageous from their side to say, we are still doing that. So I will come back to the challenges and what can we do to make this a solution. This downward trend that we are observing is responding to one of the Global Action Plan objectives, which is the optimization, reduction of the use of antimicrobials and optimal use. And one of the things that we are asking ourselves is, what is optimal use? And how can we measure that? Can we reduce forever? Can we reduce till the animal health, the health for animals is already jeopardized? Because I just want to remember to everyone, I think here is a very well-educated audience, but I was just coming from a Congress, International Congress on Vaccines, and One Health, it was just something like, they didn't really get it. I mean, One Health is not just animal health for the sake of human health. One Health is every sector's health, is even the health of animals. I'm going to ask the question, how many of you have a companion animal at home? I'm not going to ask to raise your hands, but because I do not want to put you on the spot. And how many of you have families or have come from a background where livestock was part of the family? I mean, in Spain, it was not so long time ago where livestock was part of the family. They need antimicrobials to be treated. So reduction is very good, but optimal use is the target that we have to reach. And how to get there, in our perspective, is putting focus on prevention. Prevention is the way to go. And whenever I say prevention, whenever we say prevention, what we mean is animal husbandry, good animal husbandry, is biosecurity, is the research and the use of vaccines, alternatives to antimicrobials. And then another figure that I wanted to share with you. The AMR R&D Hub, which was an entity established by the G20 during the German presidency, is making an analysis of how much money it's invested in R&D in AMR globally. Well, only 10% of this amount is used in animal health. And you see that we have many, many animal species. And I'm not saying that we have to take the money from the human sector to the animal sector. What we need is to have more money globally for research and development, and we have to have a more scientifically and data-based investment of this money, putting the money in the sectors that need it the most and where the reduction needs to be the highest, without jeopardizing animal health. Because as I said, AMR is not a human health problem. It's every sector's problem. It's even for the plants. We were discussing before the phytosanitary products. We couldn't have oranges if we do not have this kind of product. And we have, I'm very happy to see that there is a report coming and that there are data coming on that side, because it's very important to have this global picture. And with that, I would say that one of the things that we are trying also to do in improving this cross-sectorial collaboration is accompanying the countries in the institutionalization of the data collection and data analysis. As I said at the beginning, 41, they were already institutionalized. And then the others, the 3 more times, they are collecting the data and reporting the data to us because we are asking the data. If we stop asking the data, they will not collect them. They do not understand why they are collecting that. So we are building capacity training so that they understand why these data are important, that they are not just to sit on the desk, but they are for use. And in some cases, with our colleagues from WHO, we are identifying those countries where monitoring in both sectors is mature enough so that we can go into the capacity building for the writing of national reports with integrated surveillance data. And I stop here.
Excellent. Good points. But you made some very, very good points about One Health being health for every sector. I think that's very important. And also that this is maybe a role of international organizations is to stimulate countries to generate data that they otherwise wouldn't start developing or gathering, and then also show how to use it. Because of course, surveillance is data for action. It's not just collecting data for the sake of data. I think I need to look at the organizers in terms of timing, because we now just finished our first round, and I'm looking at my watch, and we were supposed to be finished by now. So maybe rather than do a second round of my esteemed panelists, maybe we should open the floor for a couple of questions before we leave each other until the next occasion. Are there any questions to any of the statements that you heard before? Really? I think you gave a lot of food for thought, all of you. But maybe it was crystal clear, or maybe you need some time to marinate the information that you had on your way home, and then when you come home, you said, I should have asked that question. So I'm looking once more around the table. Maybe,
Can I just one point, I think, because we're hearing so much about antifungals, which is really good, because a lot of my background is on the innovation side. And so one thing that maybe you're not hearing, I'm just starting to hear this, is that there's a competition right now in innovation a bit in the antifungal space versus antifungals for treatment for humans and veterinary versus fungicides. And the fungicides market is massive, right? It's $20 billion US dollars per year, whereas the market for a new antifungal for human treatment is not very big. So what has been happening recently is that a new class is being developed for human antifungals. But those that make fungicides are much quicker, and they have less regulatory processes, and they're coming to market sooner. And so now there's a nice publication a couple months ago from some Dutch researchers, were the lead, that's showing that actually perhaps the fungicides are quicker to market than the human product. So maybe this is something that we need to start thinking about. The US is just doing a consultation on this right now, but probably you all know a lot more about this than I do, so I just thought I'd put it out there.
No, thank you very much. That's news to me, at least. And I think this is also the value of getting together and starting to piece different pieces of information together, because I don't think anybody has the overview. So this is also why this exchange is really important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more? Yes, please, go ahead. There's a microphone coming your way.
Yep, hello. Just a question for the colleague from the FAO. As you mentioned that you also take into account environment in your organization, and I was wondering if you can expand a little bit more, because I'm not really sure if you're more focused on climate change and nitrogen waste or whatever, or is there any specific thing that you're doing related to AMRs in the environment within your organization? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So actually, to be completely honest, in the area within our regional office for Europe and Central Asia, we are now mostly focusing on food safety aspects, on livestock, and the environment is often so far behind in the countries we work with that we haven't really started a lot into. I mean, we are gradually bringing it together into the table, but there is not a specific action that FAO is taking on that beyond bringing them around the table and see what could be done, if they could be done, particularly in terms of environmental testing.
If I may add to that, we also in WHO we have a geographically dispersed office dedicated to environment and health, which is in Bonn. And there, on the one hand, there is climate change, but there's also programs like WASH, and they are represented in our AMR working group. So we make sure that also the water and sanitation and hygiene aspects are taken into account. But I'm also, I think there's some interaction between FAO and WOA on that. And of course, our newest member of the quadripartite, UNEP, we're also hoping to certainly strengthen that part. But I think the tripartite has been together for a long, long time, and it took a long time to get to where we are. And I think the newest kid on the block, UNEP, also has some growing to do in the meantime.
Yeah, exactly. If I may add something as well, we work in the environment, and as the moment we have evidence and coming from different researchers and academic sector about the presence of antimicrobial resistance in the ambient, but in the environment. But the main point for us and our main concern is how to use this information to impact the regulatory aspects. So, for instance, in manufacturing of antimicrobials, I mean, I am speaking from the region of America, right? So we'll be basically from Latin America and the Caribbean. So how we can impact the regulation in that sense, in the manufacturing of antimicrobials, in the waste management of hospitals, and in the safe practice in veterinary process, different process. So I think that we need an additional piece, and is how to use the data from the environment to inform policies and public health policies and regulations. And this still is a long way to go, and as well it will be accompanied by the strengthening of the national regulatory authorities, for sure. Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and I'm speaking for the second time, and I forgot a very cordial thanks to organizers and all of you are here because it's a fantastic atmosphere here, and I very much enjoy the meeting and openness. We are discussing all these troubles and also gains, and I think we all will learn a lot. I have to say one more thing about a good example of cooperation at the European Union. I think that it was under JAMRAI umbrella, and it was the twinning project, exchanging experiences directly among member states. We as Czech Republic were involved with colleagues from Belgium, for example, and I have to say it was really amazing. On the spot, sharing what we achieved, what we are challenged. We discussed really very pragmatic things we are faced. We are approximately same countries with same population. So it very much helped when we are really people from the practice, people responsible for national action plans can exchange the opinions, experiences. So I would like to say that if some projects like this will be promoted across the sectors, across the countries, even in Europe, maybe outside of the Europe, twinning projects with the countries outside of the Europe, it will be very beneficial. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for bringing it up, because it's actually one of also my favorite parts of the first EU JAMRAI. It's a great example. It's a great piece of inspiration, and I think we would like to see if we can replicate that, especially between countries within the region, EU and non-EU, because as you say, this is when we get within 15 meters of each other. Yeah, and it's extremely useful because a lot of people are quite isolated in what they're doing, and it's nice to exchange both challenges and victories with colleagues from other countries.
Can I?
Mindful of the time, I'm giving you the words.
I just want to bring a solution to the 15 meters thing. I mean, you all have mobile phones. I see you all the time with them, okay? I can see you. One challenge that I would like to make here, it's if you want to be a One Health champion, the requirements to be a One Health champion is to have in your contact list the 4 counterparts contacts: animal health, human health, plants, and environment. If you have those 4 in your contact list, you are a One Health champion.
I think that's an excellent suggestion, especially if you make them into a WhatsApp group, so you get all of them at the same time. I hope that wasn't me. Anyway, mindful of the time, I think we need to stop now, but maybe just because we didn't give you the second question, could I ask you, each of you, to have a take-home message, Twitter style or X style, starting with you, Pilar.
Okay, so
take-home message.
So it's difficult because there were so many, but maybe it's just to try to work with the countries, in the countries. So stressing the national authorities from both ends, facilitate communication and define a specific work plan to work together and monitor and evaluate the intervention. We need evidence about how One Health is working at country level.
Thank you for your tweet.
I just say I look forward to working with you in the EU JAMRAI. A lot of you will be there. I think it's going to be very interesting, useful, and we will still be having less than 15 meters contact, including a lot of one-on-one country-to-country interactions. So we're looking forward to that. So thank you.
Thanks, Christine. Daniel?
I think from the range of countries that we work mostly with, and so talking on behalf of those countries in low-income or middle-income countries, I think take-home message could be more like, work step by step, because there is usually an overwhelming way ahead before the issue is managed, and also to look up from the livestock sector into the public health partners, because oftentimes the solution might be there, because usually the public health sector is much more advanced in that.
Excellent. Thank you. Javier? Other than your contact list.
Yeah, I have another one. We used to use the term breaking silos. I would like to change this paradigm instead of breaking silos, because silos are giving us the level of specialization that we need to tackle the problem within the sector. So instead of breaking silos, I invite you to use the expression building bridges. And when bridges are built, they are made to be crossed. So just build them and cross them.
Excellent, excellent. And finally, Barbara, to you, thank you very much for joining us online. Your final take-home message before we close?
Yes, maybe to say that I'm happy to hear this contact list, because I think we have it with the IMR One Health Network, and I think we are building it now also at the global level with the quadripartite multi-stakeholder platform. So I think we will have this overall reaching each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to invite you to thank the panelists, and thank you for your attention. Thanks. Thank you, Danilo, and thank you all the speakers. And now, closing remarks by Maria Lamas, the Executive Director of the Spanish Agency of Medicines and Medical Devices.
Gracias, Luis. Gracias a todos.
Thank you, Luis. Thanks, everybody. We're coming to the end. I think it's been a very special day. Sometimes I've really been emotional after such a hard work that we managed to get together here. We're bringing people who are so important in their everyday work in fields that are not interconnected, not just because we have mental distances, not just physical ones, but it's great that we're all together here and we've talked to each other straight. So I'd like to thank my extraordinary team, my coordinating team for the Spanish AMR team, assisted by international communication of the Spanish Agency. You've done a great meeting, and those of us who take part will go away from this with a great memory of this. Thank you. Obviously, I'd like to highlight the level of the experts, all the people who've been here, who've shown us with their ideas and their experience. They've made us think. They've given us ideas for things well beyond our everyday work, and I'm going to point out a few of them as a bit of a summary. The first would be the first one about Ragnar, moderated by Jörg.
Director de la Agencia Sueca de Medicamentos y Productos Sanitarios, pues hemos visto cómo es necesario
how it's necessary to make a great effort on the regulating agent to exploit the knowledge that's there on the veterinary and the human angles it's a world problem. So the existence of this network can help us to find the solution, although we need to bear in mind something. For example, the context is important. And somebody in the audience said that, not the speakers, but of course it's important that any recommendations and best practices are not always easy to translate from one context to another.
En la segunda mesa,
the second one, when we talked about the integrated surveillance systems, well, I had the feeling that we're witnessing the birth of something. That's really important because we'll remember it later. And you will say, do you remember how far away we were from being integrated? The difficulties our agencies had to collect data for their own objectives. And now, a few years down the road, we've integrated surveillance from health, animal health, food, human health, the work and the environment with wastewater, etc. It's been in the first, that was very clear in the first roundtable, but also in the second one. But this question of specific financing, specific resources to set up actions that are very necessary to respond to very ambitious goals, but we've taken them on as our own. And in the third roundtable, I think we have that perception. It's great to bring people together who've got such wide-ranging fields of work covering, to be able to approach that. We have common concerns and a common language as well. We've learned a lot. We've learned that it's necessary to fund projects properly and maintain these programs that connect the four dimensions of health. And then One Health is not only just looking after human health. It's a philosophical thing that requires more debate, Javier. But yes, but each sector separately needs to approach this to serve the human race or not, but then there's a separate response. I think the very practical message that we had, the idea of the WhatsApp group, for example, having contacts of peers in other areas, in the four areas, it's a very practical piece of advice that we could apply and could shorten distances. And it's true. I think this is the best closure, Javier. You said build bridges. If this has to serve for something, we need to build bridges between all of us who have responsibilities in slowing down the rise of AMR, and then to ensure, guarantee human and animal health and the well-being of our society. Thank you for your contributions. I hope you enjoyed it.
Muchas gracias, María.
Thanks, Maria. In the name of all the organizations of this event, I'd like to thank you for your participation and commitment. It's been an honor to have you here in Pamplona. And those of you who followed us on streaming, I hope you'll remain part of this mechanism against in the field of AMR for much longer. Now, we're coming to the end. We're going to have that family photo I mentioned at the beginning. We'll do it where we had the cocktail yesterday. You'll see where people go. We'll have a photo, and then we'll have lunch. So let's do that. Well, let's, before speakers stay
a minute, because we'll take another picture here. Everybody else can walk towards the cocktail area. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.